What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen! Is Andreas Dirty Harrison! He is Chucky! He is Jim McEwen! Warrior Devon Peterson!
It's the Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan!
A heartbreaker, he thinks it's
Game
in,
shot.
and it is in.
Double 12 for the 144.
Game shot for four.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. After a fantastic weekend's worth of sport, we saw France win the Six Nations, Newcastle win the Carabao Cup, and Jack Draper win at Indian Wells. So what else to whet your appetite than another full week of darts here at the Modus Super Series? Your St Patrick's Day worth of tungsten action here on the South Coast, and it is a day where we've got some champions in the building, not just on stage but in the studio as well, because we've got the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver with us in the studio throughout the course of Group A. Trina, great to see you once again, and this should be a fun Group A, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's got some quality in there, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see what happens this week.
Should be good fun. Now, Saturday night saw Derek Coulson qualify for a third consecutive Champions Week, and he did so in some style as well. He didn't drop a game en route to winning the trophy. That's some achievement.
And that is an outstanding achievement, and the only other person to do that, of course, it was Bo Greaves. And you know, it's that's a great achievement, and he's playing really well at the moment, and you know, he's deserved that spot.
And particularly when you think about the calibre of players that play here at the Super Series, it's so easy just to have that odd game where you stumble. So just to go for the whole week and not lose, particularly with the calibre of players in there, shows how good a player Derek Coulson is. And you can see there in terms of the group breakdown, he's now confirmed to play in Group A. 94.19 was his average over the course of the week. 3 points better than the next best player in Scott Campbell.
Yeah, that's so consistent. You know, there's that 94 all the way across the board. That's something special. And to do that all week and have the week that he did have was fantastic.
And what that has done is it's put Derek 10th in the all-time list of averages in a week. Now, interestingly, having a look at this, only Andreas Harrison and now Derek are the only players in this list that don't have a tour card. And perhaps no surprise, the player at the top of the list, certain Luke Little. That's not bad company for Derek to be placed with.
No, I'm sure he'll be very proud of that, you know, and, you know, some great names there. And, you know, it just shows you as well what Modus can do for everybody. You know, it gives you that platform and, you know, it brings dreams.
Says a lot because the world champion now was only here a couple of years ago. But let's move to the current and into this week because it's an exciting lineup. This is how the tournament bracket looks. We've got two former champions in Jim McEwen and Andreas Harrison to come in Group B on Thursday and Friday. But Group A looks like it's going to be fast and furious. Devon Peterson, the newly crowned ADC Global Champion. Graham Usher back for the first time in 2.5 years. Chris Quantock's also won a week in the past as well as Romeo Gerbovac. Everywhere you look, particularly in that Group A, there really is quality to be had. Let's talk about some of the runners and riders then. And I want to begin by talking about Devon Peterson because he picked up the ADC Global Championship title here back in December. Did so in spectacular fashion. He's a player that we know very well. You spent a bit of time obviously with him playing at the Legends League. He's somebody who's really looking to rebuild his career, and he's always got that big smile on his face, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a guy that's his passion for the sport is obvious. You know, he's so full of it, and you know, and he likes to achieve, and he does that. You know, and it's not achieving just for himself as well. You know, the way he's doing it on the global stage as well, you know, for Africa. And, you know, he's got big dreams and he's capable of achieving them.
He'll have big dreams this week in terms of lifting the title, but it's Andreas Harrison, the former champion, that is the favourite to go on and win it. Now, he won the Double Trouble tournament here just a fortnight ago. He beat Neil Duff in the final. He's a former champion here. So by that logic, because he's such a glorified winner in this building, is there no surprise that he's the favourite at 10-3?
No, I think that's you know, common sense there really. But yeah, another great player, and you know, it's going to be a tough week this week. There's some great quality players this week.
And we're going to see the return of Graham Usher in action this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's going to be fast, he's going to be fierce, and he's just dropped off tour as well. And do you just get the sense that maybe the players that have spent that time on the Pro Tour circuit and dropped off and they come back to things like the Super Series, maybe they got a little bit of a point to prove? Yeah,
I think that's probably it. So it's kind of like coming back down a little bit to grow again, you know, and you know, he's certainly doing that. Runner up in the World Seniors, of course, and yeah, his game's in a good place at the moment.
Trina, thank you. I shall see you in the commentary box in a few moments. 18+, scambleware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series this week. But it is the return of Graham Usher to the Live Lounge. Yeah, he is back after 2.5 years hiatus, courtesy of his tour card between 2023 and 2024. He returns to a building where he really did make his name, both at the Super Series and at the old Live League. He really became one of the established names of the tournament. Back here for the first time then in a couple of years. Can he rekindle that magic? The first job for him was to have a chat with me early on this morning. Graham, great to see you back here at the Modus Super Series. Does it feel a little bit like first day back at school again?
Yeah, it does a little bit strange coming back a couple of years, but yeah, looking forward to it.
How much are you looking forward to the challenge that the Super Series provides?
I always look forward to it. From my first time being here and back again now, yeah, that was a challenge, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Last time we saw you was December 2022. How much has the place changed since you've last been here?
Yeah, massively. I was going to turn left into the practice room. You know, like it's down here now, and yeah, a lot's changed. A lot bigger and a lot better.
Obviously disappointing dropping off a tour at the end of last year, but how would you assess the start to this season, obviously with the World Seniors Championship you got to the final of?
Yeah, you lost a tour card like you say, but it's like it's so much opportunity out there to play different darts with the Modus and, you know, the other stuff. So it's fine. I really don't mind, you know. I'll probably play more darts now than I did for the last 2 years, to be honest.
In terms of this week, have you set any goals or expectations, or because it's the first time you've been here in a while, you're just going to take it as it comes?
Oh yeah, take it as it comes, each match. See how it goes. I feel good. I've just come back from Germany, so ready to go.
Many happy memories here and in the other place in Southampton?
Yeah, a lot of good memories, yeah. Apart from Conan beating me 4-0 in the final, but we don't talk about that.
Well, Graham, wish you all the very best. Good luck today.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Well, thank you, Graham, and hello and welcome back to the Live Lounge to you. He's in action in our first game. He takes on Chris Quantock, who is a previous weekly winner here in Portsmouth. Game 1 of 15 that we're bringing to you live and exclusive on Pluto TV on this Monday morning. Chris Quantock, the 33-year-old from York, won his weekly title back in Series 5. That's now almost a couple of years ago. Up against Graham Usher, now 51 years of age from Scarborough. He was the runner-up in the very first Modus Super Series, lost in the final by 4-0 to Conan Whitehead. He was actually the first ever player to win 2 weeks of the Super Series, but he couldn't play in the second Champions Week because he's selfishly gone and got himself a tour card. But what's he going to do as he makes his return to the Live Lounge stage? Jack Garwood is in charge of all of the action over the course of this Monday morning, and I'm happy to say I'm in the company of the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver in the commentary box, and I get the sense, based on the first few darts, this could be fast and this could be furious.
Yeah, both quick players, so both left-handers as well. So, yes, interesting game ahead.
2 southpaws jousting it out here on the Live Lounge stage. Graham Usher, one of the most successful players back in the days of the former Live League. To the point where, when we knew that we were moving to the Super Series, we played a final championship tournament where all the winners of all like the previous phases or other types of weeks got to play in one final special week. Graham Usher got to the final of that. And he had a very good week. He hit a 9-darter en route. He hit 4 ton-plus checkouts to win a match. Never
60.
been seen or done before thereafter of the Super Series or the Live League. And he'd lose the final to Jim McEwen. And McEwen was forced to take out a ton-plus checkout to win that particular match. As Kontok looks for a ton-plus out to win leg 1. But the 1-for-1 is going to go. Usher with a chance here to break with the 160.
99. Graham, you require 106.
So needing the 2 treble 20s, but not to be done this time.
60. Chris, you require 42.
So Kontok will come back here. Looking at this 42. He's got a couple in his hand at double 16.
10.
Doesn't go, and so Usher's going to get
Graham, you
another
require
opportunity.
100.
Well, needs a treble 19, can't find it. So all he can do is try and leave this handy and hope he gets the chance to
84.
come back.
Chris, you require
Well, Chris sitting on 32. Double 16 then to take the first leg of the match.
Chris Quantock.
Solid enough start for Chris Kontok to open up a 1-0 lead against the Gambler.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on. $100. $57.
Graham bounced back very well from losing
100.
his tour card. I know he would have been bitterly disappointed to have lost out after a couple of years on tour, but
100.
played at the World Seniors. Actually won the qualifier to play at the World Seniors, and then went all the way over and make the final where he'd lose out to Ross Montgomery. But only good players lost to Ross Montgomery in that particular tournament.
I wonder who that could be. That seems to be a trait for me, you know. In them, I always end up
81.
losing
Graham, you require 121.
to the winner of the tournament. But there you go. I'll get him in good form anyway
81.
to complete the challenge.
There's worse habits to have.
I'd like to play on the other end of it, though. That's a thing.
I was going to say, there's better
43.
habits, but
Graham,
there's
you
also worse
require
ones.
40.
There's better habits than 5-visit legs as well.
20.
Gosh, just got time on his side, unable to take out the tops and then the 10s. Kontok all the way back on 180.
$58. Graham, you require 20.
So double 10 to level the match. And does
Gets
so
on
with
the
his second
leg.
dart.
Graham Usher.
Really used that first one as a sightener, didn't he, for dart 2.
Third
And what's
leg,
it they
it's
say
Chris to
about
throw
left-handers and double 10?
Game
They
on.
just do not miss it, do they?
Nor does Luke Littler.
Does he miss anything?
140.
Well, there is that. But proving to be a very pacey game, like you said.
Chris Kontok, the Yorkshire Whippet, up against Graham Usher,
23.
who at a time was as pacey a player as we could get at the Live Lounge. Just delving into the players' numbers for the last
84.
12 months or so. Graham, of the players who do have relevant form for, actually has the highest numbers of anybody, running average for the last 12 months. So pretty much the last season of 86.15, but it was his finishing that really stood out.
60.
Over the course of the last season, he's been finishing at just under 38%.
Well, that's great.
92.
Record there. So leaving.
100.
Well,
Chris,
I'd
you
hope for a little
require
bit more, but
106.
Chris with his 106 now. Gets the treble 18. Double 16.
74. Graham, you require 132.
I know he's missed 3 darts at a double, but every single miss has felt close to like, oh, hello. We thought we were going to have another
92.
champagne moment from Graham Usher. He took that out once
32.
upon a time in Southampton, and he took it out brilliantly. Is Kontok going to take out this double 16 with aplomb?
No score. Graham, you require 40.
Difficult to get around there, but double 10 now for Graham.
It's
Takes
on the
it.
third leg.
And that's
Graham
a breaker
Usher.
throw.
Game which is kind of being played in and around 6-visit territory,
Fourth
isn't it, at this
leg,
present
it's
moment
Graham
in
to the
time, which
first. Game on.
this format will give you some success.
140. 60.
In terms of Graham, when you look at the numbers, he's got the highest seed. He's actually the favourite to win the whole group with the odds compilers. He's 6-4 with the bookies to win on Wednesday. As Chris Quantock fires in his first max of the contest. And I suppose there's a lot of reasons why the bookies would put Graham as a favourite, because of that form of the world teams, because of form he's got here in the past. There's so much data which suggests that if he can get going, he could be as good as anybody.
Yeah, and like you say, his form is good at the moment. So,
55.
you know, them odds are justified.
21.
Quantock here's got 6 to level up at 2-2, and also crucially get the break back. Doesn't have to go for the ball, but decides to go for the ball and get the ball.
Chris Quantock.
And Quantock levels back up at 2 apiece. A 12 darter, best leg of the match so far.
5th leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And breaks the throw back.
Game on.
So, ball level pegging again.
96. 45.
Quantock just upping that quality a little bit as well in that previous leg. We were saying that a lot of the legs are 1 in 6 visit range. That's a 12 darter. And sometimes you just need that first game, don't you, just to ease yourself into the day.
You know, this is a long week, and it's about pacing yourself. A nice 180 there from Graham.
58. 43. 128.
Oh, that's great darts there from Chris. Nice 2 treble 18s.
Just beginning to up that level a little bit now, isn't he? Chris Quantock found a 12 dart in the previous leg. Graham's kind of still playing at the same level. But because Quantock's up tiers, he's getting more opportunities now.
42.
Well, he will come back. There's Graham on 191.
131. Chris, you require 92.
Needs to take this 92 now. Finds the treble. Double 16. You find it with his third.
60.
Oh, not quite.
Graham, you require
So giving Graham
60.
the opportunity of the 60 now. So tops now. Graham finds it with his second dart.
Graham Usher.
And goes 3-2 ahead.
Chris Quantock may feel like all the good work he did to get the break back in the previous leg has just been undone in one fell swoop. Missing a couple of opportunities to move in a leg of the match. And now Usher has the darts for the match.
Just shows you how quickly the game can turn.
81.
And this best of 7 format is brutal because one mistake and that could be curtains for you.
Yeah, there's no. It's hard to rectify. It's this marginal error can make such a difference.
81.
However, you're going to make a couple of mistakes. First game on Monday morning probably is the time to make it.
Yeah, like I said, a long week ahead, and it's you know, it's going to take its toll on some of these players as well.
60.
Well, something like this, and Graham, a hat-trick of 140s, leads them on 81 after 9. He's got plenty of time on his side. He could wrap it up with a 12 dart if he found double 16 there.
All Chris can do is try and pressure this shot,
93.
but finds a treble
Graham,
18 with his last start, but still not on a finish. So 32 now for Graham to take the match.
No score.
He can't find it.
But he has got that luxury of time because Quantock hasn't scored as heavily as he has done in the previous couple of legs. And so Usher will return for 32 to seal a 4-2 win to kick off the week. And to mark his return to the live lounge stage with a win. It's been a couple of years since we've seen the all-time great Graham Usher here at the Super Series, but it's like he's never been away. In the winners' enclosure again, sealing a 4-2 success against Chris Quantock. At times, it was a quality contest, both players with some decent legs. Graham Usher getting over the line eventually, sealing a 4-2 success. Coming up after the break is Devon Peterson up against the debutant, Robbie Long. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Graham Usher got the better of Chris Quantock by 4 legs to 2 to kick off the week's action. Next up for us, Devon Peterson takes on Robbie Long. We know all about Devon Peterson, the ADC Global Champion, former weekly finalist, and of course, part of our commentary team here in the Live Lounge in Porter. But for Robbie Long, this is a debut for him in this particular competition, coming through the ADC qualifiers in Wales. But for Devon, the 38-year-old from Cape Town in South Africa, runner-up in his previous appearance here, did pick up the Global Championship back in December. As for Robbie Long, the 37-year-old from Bristol, who came through the ADC Welsh qualifiers, nicknamed Admin, which is ironic because we also have a Robbie here which does admin ourselves here at the Super Series. So maybe the name just fits the word admin. I don't know.
First leg, it's Devon.
Well, there is a bit of a story
first.
to that, where I'll get to that in a minute.
Game on.
Devon getting us underway, and for him,
140.
last year it was all about rebuilding himself, rebuilding his throw, rebuilding his career, and he feels like he's now really plotting the path in the right direction. But for Robbie, this is an incredible opportunity this week.
Yeah, Robbie, JDC tournament director, and admin comes from his nickname comes from because he is the administrator there. So that's where
28.
his nickname comes from.
And in terms of people like Robbie, there's a lot of people, I mean, obviously the likes of Steve Brown as well, that sacrifice their own careers to ensure that other people, particularly young players, have that opportunity to thrive and flourish. But for once, he can be a little bit selfish and concentrate on himself.
93.
Yeah, he said he doesn't play much himself anymore. He concentrates on the vault sort of thing. But so yeah, but he's obviously playing a massive role in himself for others.
And playing well enough in the vaults to qualify for the Super Series here. But it's Devon Peterson who's got off to the quickest start of the pair in this opening leg. 6 darts and 181 to take the opener.
100. $60. Devon, you require 81.
So 81 now for Devon. Finds the treble 10. A double 16 takes the first leg.
Devon Peterson.
One thing you'll always find with Devon, if his doubles are going well, then he is going to be a hard, immovable object here at the Live Lounge Reporter. He's always said that he knows that his biggest power is his ability to score like the very, very best. There was a time where he was the top 180 hitter in world darts when he was at his peak. But he knows that sometimes the doubling can be something that lets him down.
Yeah, he's the sort of guy as well. He's got a fantastic attitude to the game, and you know, his mental attitude, and he believes in himself, and that's a massive part of this game.
And I also get the sense, obviously I've worked with Devon in a commentary capacity, you've shared a practice room with Devon at the Legends League, that he's somebody whose personality can really shine onto others as well. He's got that real infectious trait about him.
Yeah, you know, and he's always willing to help as well, and he analyses a lot of his game, and you know, if things aren't going right, then he'll try and rectify it, but he is a big analysis. He does analyse everything, and I think sometimes that can be a bit of a bugbear, but he's obviously works for him.
Devon, you
require working very well 81. So far, leaving himself an 81 after 9 to get the break at a 2-0 lead. Potential 11 darter here. 11 darter got. Peterson 2 up and looking in very good nick indeed.
Yeah, a nice 103 average so far for Devon.
Game on. $81. $59.
Finds the treble.
95.
And finds the treble 5.
I know Devon's tried to work hard on that dart that goes underneath the treble, because his darts stand up to attention. Sometimes it can be very awkward. If one goes underneath, particularly centrally, then it's very hard for him to find a way around. Well, that's a perfect example.
Yeah, like you say, his darts stick up, so his perfect first dart is above the treble 20. Whereas if his darts laid down or were flatter, then his perfect dart would be below the treble 20.
And I know Paul Nicholson speaks a lot about it, and you've got to know the way that your darts behave. You've got to know the angle of entry, the way the darts may kick up. Sometimes as well, if there's a possibility a dart might bounce out, that can sometimes just be a little bit of a difference, which it may look minor from the outside looking in, but actually quite major.
It can make a major difference to the outcome of the game. You know, you get that bounce out or that difficult lie of the dart, which makes things difficult for you.
Well, Devon Peterson not making this assignment as of yet look difficult. Leaves himself on a 2-darter if Long cannot find the 1-4-2, which he's not going to. So Peterson here is going to come back looking for a 3-0 lead.
60. Devon, you require
so 81 now for Devon. Finds the treble 20, so double 12 now. Oh, and that's a poor dart. Slips out of his hand.
You require 82.
And you could tell that he was frustrated. The cry of Devon as he retrieved that slack single 9, and it's given Long an opportunity at
62.
tops. That's the first dart double he's had in this
15.
contest. It drops low, and so Peterson looking to pick the pieces up from this 15.
Game shot on the third leg.
Finds a
Devon
double
Peterson.
4 to go 3 legs ahead.
Just looks
flag is
so
Robbie to throw
controlled,
first.
doesn't he, right now, Devon
Game on.
Peterson. 5 140s in this particular contest. Hasn't had a maximum, but he hasn't needed to because of the sheer power scoring that he's had in other departments.
Yeah, and currently a 75% on checkouts as well. So he's looking good for this first match for him.
140.
Everything that you'd want from a good start to the week is exactly what Devon's getting right now.
Yeah, he'll take a lot from this match. And,
140.
you know, his scoring's been well. His checkouts have been good. So it's a great positive start.
As silly as this
45.
sounds, is this almost good without being exceptionally good in the fact that sometimes if you kick off, say, with a 111 average, it's very hard to chase, whereas Devon's
135.
playing at a level which is good right now, but is also attainable over the course of a session.
Yeah, I just think he'll want to continue
140.
how he's throwing.
Robbie, you
And
require 130.
yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, you can peak a little bit too high and then expect it will be disappointed
94.
going forward, sort of thing, if you're not achieving it.
Devon's somebody that sets high expectations of himself, but this is a better leg here from Robbie Long, leaving himself on a double after
100. Robbie, you require
12
36.
darts. And if he doesn't find the double 9 here, he could lose the match.
18. Devon, you require
Now, the one
76.
opportunity that he's had in this game could be his last. So tops now
Game
for the
shot
match.
and the match.
Devon Peterson takes the match 4 legs to 0 against Robbie Long. Averages there for Devon a 93.94, Robbie 81.05. 80% on checkouts for Devon Peterson. A very good start from Devon, and he'll be chuffed with that. Coming up next, Romeo Gabras and Steve DeBuck.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20. and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. A couple of games down on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to nil, averaging 93.9 for the equivalent of 16 darts per leg to win that match. Next up for us, Romeo Grbovac, the 30-year-old from Split in Croatia, up against Steve de Buck, the 39-year-old from Belgium. I'm not even gonna make an attempt to say his hometown.
I believe it's pronounced Yadone.
You do? Well, you don't.
I believe it is.
Game on.
I'm told, in all good faith, by Robbie.
Romeo Grbovac gets us
6.
underway. The Croatian who won on his previous appearance here. Feels like a long time ago. Series 9 here at the Modus Super Series.
140.
A certain Andy Bolton in that particular final. It was one of those weeks where both players actually made their way through to the Champions League because Andy had one of the better runners-up averages over the course of that campaign. Up against Steve de Buck, who's making his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. From Belgium. From a French-speaking part of the country. Played darts for over 20 years. His wife Jenny is a sports photographer and apparently takes pictures at darts tournaments wherever Steve goes, which includes the ADC European tournaments. That's a handy occupation for a partner to have, a photographer.
Very handy. I wonder if that's how they met.
60.
Although, imagine it'd be a bit awkward at the wedding if she was photographing her own wedding, but moving on.
100.
So off to a good start here, Steve. Romeo maybe just a little bit more sluggish out the traps.
80.
And that bounce out isn't going to help his things whatsoever. So Steve's got 6 here from 135 to take the opening leg.
Moving across the hockey.
57.
A bit of vision on that treble 19, but can't find it. But he will be back. All Romeo can do here is try and leave it as handy as possible.
85. Steve, you
In a chance that he will
78.
return. So 20 now. Okay, double 10.
58. Romeo, you require
Would have
80.
been a happy accident if he found it. Grbovac looking at just 1 at tops.
60.
He's unable to locate that
Steve, you
target
require
either. So
20.
Steve will come back for 3 more at double 10.
Game shot
No
on the first
mistake, he
leg.
gets
Steve
an early
DeBuck.
break over Romeo Grbovac. A solid start to his Super Series
Second
career.
leg,
19
Steve
darts
to
to
throw first.
kick things
Game
off. And I think he's done that one thing that every debutant does, because this is the only competition in the world where you have to wait your turn
45.
for stepping up to the hockey, and he was counting down every single second of the timer, which is just to the left-hand side of the scoreboard.
Yeah, the first time I came here, I found that a
140.
little bit strange. But you get used to it, and then as you go along with it, then the few seconds aren't really that much.
81.
You know, you just compose yourself that little bit more, and then you're away.
Did you get caught out?
140.
Almost.
I suppose because of that, you have to kind of change your process a little bit. Maybe some players will go back to the drinks table a little bit longer. You just adapt to it, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You have to adapt to it. And, yeah, like you say, you do that extra bit of a stroll at the back of the stage maybe. And, yeah, just reset yourself, really. But not all players like to do that. Some players want to get up and on the hockey straight away.
100. Romeo, you require 121.
Romeo, he's looking to get straight back into the thick of things. 6 darts of 1-2-1, which is why I was looking at 25 with dart 1, leading himself on 96. He'll return for 76, a square back up at 1 apiece, and a much better leg from the Croat.
140.
Well, it does well to find the treble 76. There. So 76 here for Romeo. Double 18, takes the second leg.
Romeo Gerbovac
levels up the match.
A break back and a much better leg from Romeo. Really struggled to get out of the traps in leg 1. Maybe just needed that leg or so just to settle into things. And that first dart was begging for more to join.
139.
What is it like to play on debut, particularly in front of the TV cameras and the lights? How daunting can it be and can it feel?
61.
I remember my first time in front of cameras a long time ago, and it took some getting used to.
108.
And it's the camera that's in the wall, you know. It's at then times there used to be a man behind it wobbling it about, so it takes some getting used to, but. Yeah, things have moved on a little bit from then.
Yeah, people forget there's just cameras everywhere, and obviously they have to constantly move. And particularly the lakeside, you had that massive overhead jib, didn't you, which used to go over your head as you're about to throw.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to, but
31.
You know,
Steve, you require 153.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it.
It's like anything, it becomes second nature, doesn't it? Before too long.
22.
There's the big fish, just second nature for the qualified chef, Romeo Gerbovac. It's not going to be his catch of the day so far, and so DeBuck will come back looking at 1-3-1 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead.
44. Romeo, you require 114.
Treble 18 now is a shot. Can't find it, so go back to the 20s.
Steve, you require
so Steve
87.
With a chance now at this 87. Misses the big 20.
37. Romeo, you require
a couple of them
56.
strays from Steve. Romeo looking to restore order by finding double 10 and to open up a lead for the first time in this contest. Nowhere near his best, but he's 2-1 up nonetheless.
Get Steve to throw first. Game on. 100.
Already very early indications that Steve can play. He's shown some good stuff so far. If you just cancel out the odd stray dart here and there, he could be a real lively player this week.
58.
Yeah, so it's his debut, and it's all about settling in at the moment. So, you know, he'll be getting used to the stage and the surroundings. And
84.
You know, playing without a crowd can make a difference. You know, if you're not used to it, then it can make a big difference.
It was interesting. Aaron Turner was mentioned that last week when he was being interviewed by Laura. Now that was quite interesting.
121.
And one of the things Aaron was saying was, because this is as good as a TV arena you'll ever get, the one thing that actually put him off is the fact that when you're playing any other TV event, you usually have a crowd in the background. That was one thing that he was struggling to acclimatise to, was actually the quiet. Everything else was fine. It was just the quiet he needed to kind of tune into.
So 95. He leaves himself when he comes back.
81. Romeo, you require 95.
So goes for the 25 first. Leaves the bullseye.
70.
Can't find it.
Steve, you
so
require 134.
Steve a chance at this 134.
Chance he cannot take, and so Gerbavac will return for
78.
25
Romeo, you require
to get the
25.
break and open up a 3-1 advantage. 2-8 to Romeo. Now double 4.
17.
Well, a couple of opportunities
Steve, you
to open up a
require
2-leg
56.
lead have come to pass for Gerbavac.
Double 10 to level up.
36. Romeo, you require 8.
So double 8, double 4, double 2, double 1.
6. Steve, you require
2
20.
from 10 now on the doubles. Romeo Gerbavac is past the buck
Game
to
shot on
Steve
the
the
full
Buck.
flag. Steve the
And
Buck.
he has found that double 10 to level up at 2 apiece.
5th flag. It's Romeo to throw first. Game on. $41. $81.
For Romeo, had a campaign at
40.
the World Championship, having ascertained his place through the Eastern European qualifier, and it was a little bit of a baptism of fire, really, for him.
140.
Averaged 97.92, but ended up getting trounced by 3-0 to Callum Ridge, so himself averaged
41.
107.06.
Well, that's some average.
100.
It's a nice welcome to PDC darts.
It's one of them where you just have to put your hands up and say, okay, you're just better than me.
59.
I surrender.
Callan lost in the quarterfinals, didn't he, to Michael Van Gogh in one of the all-time great Ali Pali matches.
78.
But you sense he'll probably be better for that experience with Romeo.
100.
As you
Steve,
said,
require
Steve will be here this week,
102.
and he leaves himself on 102 to get the break, and he's got 6 darts from this point to do exactly that. Ball to left, double 16. Flips into the double 17 to leave himself on
79.
23 upon his return.
$140. Steve, you require 23.
Well, gives himself a chance if Steve don't take this out. Double 8.
15.
Can't find it, so
Romeo, you require
indeed Romeo
80.
does have a chance at this 80. Another one of them for tops.
40. Steve, you require
Both players have missed opportunities to move themselves onto the hill.
game shot on the
Buck
5th leg.
takes out
Steve
the
DeBuck.
double 4 to get the break into lead 3-2, and now has the darts to win
6th
on
leg.
his
It's Steve to
debut
throw
at
first.
the Live
Game on.
Lounge.
$60. $98.
And I feel like at this point, this is where a mix of nerves and excitement will probably come into play for Steve.
Yeah, I'll be eager to get a win on the board. So, but the nerves will kick in as well, because he's put himself in a great position to do so.
134.
Take his first match.
It's probably everything that he's dreamt of, and everything that probably when he put his head on the pillow last night, he was
100.
hoping is going to happen, could just happen here.
Yeah, just get off to a good start, and then build on
45.
that throughout the week.
So you could ask of a player, and he's going to get 6 here from this 2-4-1 to complete a 4-2 success against the Croatian.
41. $100.
That second dart was a great find. Leaves himself on 1-2-4. What can Steve make of this? Finds a second treble to leave himself on a single to double if the 1-2-4 don't go.
44. Steve, you require 6.
The match leaves himself handy, but for Steve, a match-winning opportunity A chance to win on debut.
20.
The 2-match darts are come and
Romeo, you
gone.
require 80.
Double 10 now. Double 5.
75.
Can't manage to find
Steve,
it.
you require
So give
40.
Steve a chance at tops. Double 10. Finds
Shot
the
and
dart
match. Steve
with his
Dubuck.
final dart and wins the match by 4 legs to 2. He'll be chuffed with that on his debut game. Averages there, Romeo 75.36 and Steve 75.70. 28.5% on Steve's outshots, with Romeo's only 15. Next game coming up, Graham Usher and Devon Peterson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Steve Dubuck got the better of Romeo Gerbevach by 4 legs to 2. That completes the first round worth of action here on this Monday morning. Round 2 gets underway with a heavyweight clash as Graham Usher and Devon Peterson go head-to-head on the live lounge stage. The two players that the bookmakers had as the two hefty favourites to go on and win this Group A. Usher was quoted 6-4 with the odds compilers. Devon Peterson was the second favourite to 13-8. And so perhaps an opportunity, particularly after winning their first game apiece, to kind of set their stall out in this group.
Yeah, I think this will be an important game of the group as well. You know, this is
100.
could determine the favourite in the group then, if you like.
100.
And also sometimes the personal head-to-head between a player in the group can actually change the dynamic of it. So if you can maybe get a win in this one, you can psychologically put that seed of doubt in the other player's mind.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a little tick against your name, isn't it? And yeah, the opponent
83.
the next time they meet will be thinking about that.
Inspire and intimidate at the same time, can't it? It's Graham who's got off to the quicker start of the two here. Won the first match of the session, 4-2 against Chris Quantock, average of 85 in that one, but that's caveated by a lot of missed darts as though he missed 11 over the course of that contest. Whereas Devon was pretty much efficient in every department, averaging 16 darts per leg, so an average of 93-94 and a 4-0 win against Robbie Long, 4 from 5 on the doubles and 11 dart leg in there.
58.
Every department was good.
So tops now.
38.
He will be back though. There's Devon on 189. Looking to put the pressure on this shot.
140.
And does so.
Graham, you require 20.
20, and he
Takes
takes it
on
with
the
his first
first
dart
leg.
and takes
Graham
the first leg.
These are two players that are power scorers, and it could well be that
Second
department
leg,
which
it's Devon to the row
sets
first.
the pair apart.
Game on.
That for Devon's the perfect first dart, and he'll be disappointed he was unable to follow it with dart 2.
85. 100. 60. 140.
Oh, great shot there from Graham. Giving himself the advantage in this match.
100.
If only by a slight margin.
100.
And just constantly finding a treble, turn after turn, visit after visit. And at this present moment in time, it's just a little bit too much for Devon. But another treble here would make him favourite for the leg.
140.
Finds a brilliant one for you, particularly after the lie of dart 1.
99. Devon, you require 116.
So Devon needs to take this out to level the match. Starts off well. So tops now. And takes it.
Second leg.
Levels up the match.
Just when Graham Usher was standing on the cusp of a break in a 2-0 lead, does Devon take out the 116 to square us up? And expect some ebbs and flows in this contest.
140.
Two perfect first darts there. Be a bit disappointed that he couldn't follow it up with a third.
108.
Graham there showing him how it's done.
They're both in the rhythm now, aren't they? Really is heating up
83.
this contest. Graham averaging in excess of 107.5. Devon 98.
83.
There was a possibility this could be the best game of the day, and so far it's living up to that hype.
60. Graham, you require 138. 118.
Now finds that treble 19, a great dart with his last dart. Leaving himself 20, and
140.
what Devon can do is put the pressure on this 20. Finds it with his second dart and has a 2-1 lead.
14 dart to the boot as well, and that first dart was such a beautiful guide to cushion in off with dart 2. Usher 2 onto the good, and despite being away from this place for 2 years, reacquainting himself fairly well.
60.
Yeah, he seems settled. And like you said, his game's in a good place at the moment. So
85.
he'll be happy with the way things are going.
Are there venues that you walk into and regardless of whether you're in form, you're out of form, you just walk into and you just feel good about the place?
Yeah, absolutely. Lakeside was my perfect one, obviously. You know, whether my game, I felt my game was there or not, it was just a place that I loved going and loved being involved in. So yes, you definitely have your favourite venues.
Did you ever win there?
40.
A few times, I think. Yes, 10. It was 10.
Just
59.
enough. Just about got enough digits to count it up with. Didn't need any more, didn't need any
84.
less.
Always nice to have more.
100.
Russia here is looking to make his move, looking to press on the pedal of a brake.
41. Graham, you require
He's
164.
going to get 6 here from 164 to do exactly that. We would have given for 140 in that
58.
particular scenario, but he does leave himself on 106. Would have liked to have left himself on a 2 darter, but maybe not too much damage done, depending on what Devon can do here.
60. Graham, you require 106.
Tops.
66. Devon,
Quite
you
find
require
it. So Devon does have the
156.
chance at this 156. That's a great start. Needs another one.
100.
Wow, does recover well.
Graham, you require 40.
But will he get chance? No, he
Gets on the full
can't.
flag. Graham Usher.
So that's a 3-1 lead now for Graham.
5th flag. It's Graham to throw
And
first.
will be throwing
Game on.
for the match in this leg.
That's done a very good job there of just keeping Devon Peterson at bay. That 140 leaving himself on a double to square the match up at 2-2, but Usher not allowing him the chance at 8-8. And so the African Warrior here has got it all to
100.
do. Which would put him on to 4 points in the table, would put him on to maximum
100.
points, and would mean that he's the only player after game 4 of the day that would still have an unblemished record potentially, depending of course on what Steve does in game 5 against Chris Quantop. But Devon Peterson fires amazingly only his first max of the match in.
60. 60.
Well, Devon's first dart is causing him a bit of an issue at times. Thrown underneath that treble 20. Two lazy darts
22.
there, I'd
Devon,
say,
you
from
require 161.
Graham.
Just was it not in? It was also
82.
awkward, wasn't it, that first dart for Devon? Went down, found the treble, leads himself on 79.
$66. Devon, you require
another
79.
few loose darts there from Graham, but 79 then for Devon. Misses the big 20.
39. Graham, you require 130.
Well, this would be some way to wrap it up, wouldn't it? Another one of them leaves 5-5. The single leaves the bull. 5-5.
125.
Would have been the perfect way to finish for
Devon,
Graham
you
Usher. Would have finished with a
40.
flourish.
Tops now for Devon. Double 10. He
30.
can't find it, so
Graham, you require
gives Graham a
5.
chance to take the match.
2.
Game
They
shot
say
and
twos
the
never
match.
lose. It's the
Graham
double
Usher.
that wins Graham Usher that match. He beats Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 1 to double up his tally. You can see the frustration etched on the face of the African Warrior, who had opportunities to make that contest much tighter than what it was. Usher winning by 4 legs to 1 is doubling really the key difference. 4 from 8, 50% in that particular department. Peterson didn't get many opportunities, and he took the one off the back of the 116 checkout. Coming up after the break, it's Steve DeBuck up against Chris Quantock. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Graham Usher doubled up his tally in the wins department by getting the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 1, averaging 9.5, 4 from 8 in terms of his doubles. And the gambler, well, he's making his return look as seamless, as serene as his previous appearances here a couple of years ago. 5th up on the menu for us, it is Chris Quantock and Steve DeBuck. For Steve, he got the better of Romeo Gerbevach by 4 legs to 2 in his opening game. So Chris Quantock, he may feel like opportunity was missed against Graham Usher in his opener. And that 1-2-1 check out for 12 darts, and that was kind of really as good as it got.
First leg, it's
Was
Steve
given
to throw
opportunities
first. Game on.
by his opponent. Missed 8 darts at a double in that match, did Quanny. But for Steve, the perfect start to like here at the
70.
Super Series, picking up a win against a former weekly winner.
Yeah, very good start for Steve.
100.
He'll be happy to get that one under his belt and puts him in good stead for the rest of the week.
Just settles him down, doesn't it?
Six.
right away?
Confidence boost, that's what it is. It's a confidence boost, and you know, he's got a lot to take in with his first match, like say the surroundings, and it being his very first time. It's all very different, and it can take some time to settle in.
And now he's got that win, he will just relax, won't he, now?
6.
Yeah, he's got that one under his belt, and yeah, he'll be more relaxed about everything, and he'll just grow, I'm sure, as the week goes on.
96.
I don't know how you dart players think. He'll be saying, well, I've never now lost on the TV.
Well, you know, you have to get
81.
our little minor little wins in when we can, recognise them, because they mean everything.
47.
Great last dart there to leave himself on a finish. Leaving it for Quantock to do.
100.
Great last dart
Steve,
from
you
him as
require
well.
130.
So finds that treble 20. Bullseye now.
97.
Very loose
Chris,
start
you
there
require
from
118.
Steve de Book. Needs the treble 20 now. Can't find it this time, so look to set it up.
58. Steve, you require 33.
So Steve here, looking at double 16 to take out the opening leg.
17.
Not to be this time, so Quantock's got a break
Chris, you
chance here.
require 60.
Tops.
Gets
1-0
on the first
Quantock.
leg.
He's
Chris
found the
Quantock.
break at the first opportunity.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Well, he knew he
Game
needed
on.
to get it at some point in the match, so why don't you get it at the first possible chance?
Yeah, taking his chances
82.
as they come along.
$40.
Chris, it's been a little while since we've seen him take real success in this
100.
building. Only 2 finals nights from 6 appearances at the Live Lounge. Did win that week, as I mentioned, in
22.
Series 5, and maybe I feel like this week's an opportunity to put some of those previous
78.
disappointments right.
Yeah, when every player returns, you want to
6.
improve on your last performance if you can, and or if you've been a winner, then you want to retain. So
140.
always a challenge.
It's that greed and want to win, isn't it?
43.
I don't know whether
Chris,
it's
you require
greed, it's just
101.
achievement. It's the self-achievement, the self-preservation of yourself.
81.
Does that make sense? No, not really.
It's greedy. It's greedy.
Okay, it's greedy.
Connie's going to come back for double
100.
10
Chris,
to
you
double
require
his lead.
20.
And for Steve, after what was a really good first performance from him,
No score.
it's just slid in the wrong direction. And talking about sliding in the wrong direction, that's exactly what Chris Quantock's just done with that double 10.
100. Chris, you require 20.
So double 10 for a 2-0
Gets on the
lead.
second leg.
Takes
Chris
it with his
Quantock.
first start. No mistake there.
Third
Doing what he
leg,
needs
it's
to do
Steve
really
throw
at this
first.
present moment in time, isn't
Game
he,
on.
Chris?
Yeah, just holding on to his throw there. Breaking in the first instance.
140.
That's a good start from this leg from Steve de Book.
60. 60.
Chris, this is kind of the
55.
basis of his darts now. Doesn't really dabble in too much elsewhere. Really enjoys playing in this. He's mentioned it in interviews in the past that he's found somewhere here at the Super Series where he
100.
just really enjoys playing his darts.
It's a great atmosphere, you know, all the guys
60.
and girls in the back room, you know, you all get on and you have a laugh with it as well, you know. It's quite relaxed out there. and
95.
and it's an enjoyable place to play.
Everything's set up for you to achieve, isn't it? Instead of it being the other way
You
round.
require 106.
Yeah, exactly that. Gives you great opportunities, does the Modus Super Series.
And we saw from that graphic earlier on of the
98.
top 10 averages, the weekly averages, and you look at the players involved in that. Of the 10 players on that bracket, 8 of them have got tour cards
42.
now.
Steve, you
Exactly
require 8.
So double 4 now for Steve. It's right on the wire. Can he use
No
that
score.
dart? He can't.
Chris, you require 150.
So an opportunity now for Chris. Although it be a big one, can be done. Can't now.
You could tell he really sensed opportunity after that first start, went into the treble 19.
180.
It was lying well as
Steve, you
well, and
require
but
8.
gives himself a chance if Steve don't get this double 4. So double 2 now.
4.
Can't find it, so Chris
Chris,
will
you
have a
require
chance here at this
32.
32 to go 3-0. Double 8.
Game shot on the third
Finds it with
leg.
his
Chris
third
Quantock.
dart and goes into a 3-0 lead.
Had to
Fourth
shuffle
leg,
across,
it's
make a
Christopher
minor
first.
readjustment.
Game
But
on.
the telling difference in this game has been the doubling. Quantock 3 for 9. Steve Buck has also had 9 darts at a double, but he hasn't found one yet.
139.
And for Quantock having got the double break in this game, he's just thinking, just get this done on your throw. Don't
100.
allow any dramas that you don't need to have put in play, be put in play.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be thinking like, you know, this is an
140.
opportunity here to take 4 legs, and you know that may prove very valuable during the week, you know, as to where he stands in the table.
100. $94.
Quantock leads 1-2-8 to complete a 4-0 success. He'll feel like he's got time on his side. He's got at least 6 to
41. Chris, you require
round this match off.
128.
May do it in the free. Superb. Double 10.
108.
Clips the wire. Hasn't been got now, but he's going to come back for 3 more to get his first win and to get a big first win too.
20.
He lost 4-2 to Graham Usher in his first
and
match,
the
but
match,
he's responded and
Quantock.
rebounded well. A 4-0 victory, rounded off a 13-dart leg. There were signs of quality there from Chris Quantock in that contest. For Steve de Buck, that would be a disappointment after winning his first game on the live lounge stage. But the key difference is in the doubling department. Chris Quantock just more clinical than his opponent there. And he picks up his first win of the session. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Robbie Long take on Romeo Gerbovac, both looking for their first win.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
So moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Chris Quantock got his first win of Group A before the break, a 4-0 success against Steve DeBuck. Next up for us, it is Robbie Long up against Romeo Gerbovac. It is game 6 of our session, the end of the second cycle of matches for our Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for one of these players, a first opportunity to pick up points today, having lost their opening matches. Robbie, a 4-0 defeat to Devon Peterson, whilst Romeo Gerbovac lost out to Steve by a 4-2 scoreline. So a chance here right away, Trina, for somebody to get back on the winning trail.
Yeah, both will be looking to make a
83.
good impression in this match.
And particularly
6.
Romeo, who, because of what he did towards the end of last year, not just here, but in other arenas, I suppose there will be a little bit of expectation, particularly because he played at the last Champions Week.
Yeah, and he'll have his own expectations as well, you know, the expectations that he'll put on himself, I'm sure. So, yes, it's, you know, he'll be wanting to recreate that form that got him there in the first place.
Are they the hardest expectations to keep, the ones that you put upon yourself?
I think they are really, yeah. That's, you know, you expect a lot of yourself, and that's when it can get so frustrating when things don't go your own way, and, you know, you get that odd dart that just keeps going, doing exactly what it wants to do and not what you want it to do, and you know, the frustration can creep in then.
You get the sense to lose with this game, the frustration really will creep in. For Robbie, he's got 6 darts here from 196 to take the opening leg on throw. Would love another treble.
83.
But not that side of the wire.
Some little margins that can make all the difference.
Well, the difference between a 3 darter and a 2 darter, and those 2 trebles there for Romeo Gerbovac has left himself on double 16. But is he going to get a look at it? He is, because Robbie's missed the big number, and so Gerbovac's back for 32.
Romeo, you require 32.
Double 16 for Romeo. Takes it with his first dart.
Romeo Gerbovac.
And takes it with a break of throw there.
Second leg, it's Romeo to throw first.
15 darter, solid leg from the Croat.
$56.
And if there's one thing we know about Croatian sports people, they tend to peak in their 30s. Romeo,
100.
30 years of age, and for the football fans amongst you, everyone will know that Luka Modric very much peaked as he made his way into his 30s. And it does feel like the early 30s nowadays is kind of the... I mean, Luke Litt's trying to rip up the form book, but early 30s feels like the right time now for a lot of players to really burst through and kind of have their best years. We've seen it with the likes of Christo, seen it with Joe Cullen, Nathan Aspinall in the past.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but like you say, Littler tends to write his own rules at the moment, so you know he's taking that scenario out of the question. So yeah, it's the 30s. Yes, I agree with you there.
81.
I can imagine when all the other whippersnappers just underneath Luke Littler begin to come through, we're probably going to have a completely different conversation in a couple of years.
Yeah, we'll be talking about 12-year-olds then, you know, playing the game to such standards. I mean, there's some 12-year-olds now that are doing it, so it's scary what's coming up.
95.
No wonder more and more pros want to sit in these seats now. Frightening, and particularly Jaden Walker, we're going to see at the influencer event in May.
140.
Frightening talent. Is this going to be a frighteningly good finish? The 140 isn't going to go, but he is going to leave himself on tops unless Gerbovac just got something out the top drawer. Not to be, so Long will come back for tops.
Robbie, you require 40.
Tops now to take the second leg, and he does so and levels up the match.
Third
and
leg,
gets back
it's
on
Robbie
throw.
to throw first. Game on.
Regains what he lost in the opening leg. Now he really is living up to this admin nickname. I was just having a look at the back of his shirt. You've got a laptop with him on it, and then a massive, really, really, really long hashtag saying hashtag admin doing admin things.
68.
Self-explanatory, I guess.
You can imagine,
58.
wouldn't you? Be quite annoying if you're expecting an email off him this week.
94.
There it is. Admin doing admin things.
95.
But
39.
if he loses this game, he may be fearing a potential P45 from Group A.
$60.
Had his new starter form, didn't he? At the beginning of the day, playing his first match, was unable to pick up a win, but he has got his first leg now on the live lounge stage.
$140.
Well, leaves himself 90. What's Romeo got to say about it?
140. Robbie, you require 90.
Puts a 140 in there to leave it tight, but he needs a bullseye now.
56. Romeo, you require 105.
His tops
64.
not quite there, and so
Robbie,
it's a
you
lesser
require
spotted
34.
double 17.
Game shot on the third leg.
Found first
Robbie
dart,
lost.
found with Plom, long 2-1 up.
Fourth flag, it's
Just
Romeo
looking
to
there
throw
at
first.
the way Robbie
Game
throws
on.
his dart, the way he positions it in his hand before it throws. It's very unique. I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. Holds it to the side almost in his hand and flicks it through.
100.
And also the head movement as well. It is very individual to him.
Well, it works for him. That's it. It's, you know, I've always said there's not really a
100.
right and a wrong way of throwing a dart, or of holding the dart. It's a way you feel comfortable. And if it works for you, it works for you.
100.
If it goes in the target, doesn't really matter how it's thrown, I suppose.
83. 85.
Although I'm sure he must be feeling a little bit of pressure to perform, because if he doesn't, you know the kids at the
58.
academy are going to make sure that he knows about it forever and a day.
Yeah, they'll be telling him where he went wrong.
Be quite some divine irony there.
58. Romeo, you require 106.
Gervash looking at 160 to square up at 2-2. Another one of them. Would have left double top. But Robbie looking for a long-range effort here with the 158.
158.
Unable to get, so Gervash will come back to
84.
square up at 2-2.
Romeo, you require 40. Game shot on the full
No mistake
flag.
on that
Romeo
double
Gervach.
top. And we have a level match once again, along to Gervach 2.
Fifth flag, it's
Look
Robbie
at the
to throw
numbers.
first.
Pretty much nothing to
Game on.
separate them, really. Point in the averages, both 2 from 4 on the doubles. Neither player stretched more than a
81.
one-leg lead at any point. It's ebbed and flowed quite nicely.
85. 58. 95.
Slips his last dart there into the treble 5. That margin of error,
41.
the width of a wire.
And
99.
the game is closely fought and closely contested as this. It is that smallest error which can make that most big difference, that most major difference. The most telling
59.
factor potentially. But Romeo here against the throws got 6 to move himself 3-2 up, and he would have the darts in the next across the line.
85.
Well, an unfortunate bounce out there, but does leave himself a finish.
52. Romeo, you
Whereas
require
Robbie doesn't.
137.
So 137 now for Romeo.
93.
Leave himself on 44 upon his return to get the break to move himself to win a leg with the darts in his hand to win it.
100. Romeo, you require 44.
Long on his coattails for this big opportunity for Gervach to really take command of the
Game
match.
shot on the fifth
Finds the
flag.
double
Romeo
16, he
Gervach.
moves 3-2 up, he's got the break, and now has the darts to get his first win.
Sixth flag, it's Romeo to
And if
throw
he can
first.
win it 4-2, he would evaporate the negative deficit that he's got in terms of the legs difference.
85. 140.
Nice 140 there from Robbie Long.
78.
Romeo finding the treble either side before he finds the central one.
57. 43.
I thought he was going to do the same again then.
Felt
like that's a slip to the last there, only Robbie, and so Gervach on throw as an opportunity to potentially finish this match off once and for all.
45. 140.
Well, Robbie giving himself a chance.
94. Robbie, you require 123.
It's 1, 2, 3. Bullseye.
91. Romeo, you require 156.
Now, he's playing the percentages. He's saying that Romeo Gervach cannot find the 156 of the match. And he was correct.
140. Robbie, you require 32.
That was a risk to take. Will it pay off?
Gage
It does
on
in
a
this
sixth
leg.
Robbie Long.
And he levels the match. 3 legs apiece.
Now that one would have been
Seventh and
clipped up
final leg.
by the
It's
kids in the
Robbie
academy.
to throw first. Game on.
But all's well but ends well. We're back level, 3-3, and Robbie does have the darts to win it here.
140.
And a ton 40 start really piles the pressure upon Romeo.
100.
Does find the treble with his last start there. Which could prove to be crucial.
60.
Only a 60 there from Robbie, so not much in this at all. Now then.
139.
Gervach has begun to put his foot to the floor and he's looking to go through the gears.
81.
Gervach with just a slender advantage you feel in this last leg, providing he can find a decent score.
44.
If he's unable to find it, and all the good work he's done to put himself in a good position in this leg has been unravelled, and so Robbie Long has got 6 here from 220 to get the job done.
81.
Finds that treble with his last start. Very important to give himself a shot.
78. Robbie, you require 139.
And so 139 plays 140 in this last leg. Long's not going to take out his finish. Can Gervach find the 140?
60. Romeo, you require
to catapult
140.
his Group A campaign into life. Not to be, and so Long will return for 79.
100. Robbie, you require 79.
So tops for the match.
59.
Just
Romeo,
pulls
you
it into the
require
20.
40.
And so that's given Gervach 3 at that same target. It's double 10. Both players
35.
have mismatched darts.
Robbie, you require
And so Long
20.
will get another poke at double 10 to complete it once and for all.
Game
And he will
shot
not
and the match.
pass
Robbie
up
Long.
a second opportunity. He beats Romeo Gervach by 4 legs to 3 for the Croatian. Well, that's 2 defeats and 2 to kick off his campaign. As for the admin, he can put that in the win sheet. A 4-3 victory against Romeo Gervach. Nothing really to write home about in terms of the averages. Robbie proficient enough in the doubling stakes. Coming up after the break, it's Graham Usher up against Steve DeBuck. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 6 matches, 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Monday morning. Before the break, Robbie Long got the better of Romeo Gerbevach by 4 legs to 3. Elsewhere, perfect start for Graham Usher. He's won each of his opening 2 games, and he takes command of a very embryonic Group A table. 4 points to his name. Chris Quantock and Devon Peterson all on 2, alongside Steve DeBuck and Robbie Long. Romeo Gerbevach cut adrift at the bottom of the table without a point to his name. Let's move on then and get into Game 7 of our day, and it sees Graham Usher and Steve go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Graham, first time here in the best part of a couple of years since getting his PDC tour card, and he's reacquainted himself to the settings, the surroundings very, very well. A couple of victories to kick off his campaign. If he can make it 3 from 3 here, he'll feel like, even at this early stage,
First
he's in a
leg, it's
very,
Graham
very
to the
good
rope
suit.
first. Game on. $121.
Well, he starts off well there. A nice 1-2-1.
60.
Well, he was tying his laces up before this game got underway. He'll be by no means a shoo-in if he can win his first 3, but he'll feel like he's definitely got his foot through the door in terms of this Group A campaign.
6.
In matter of fact, Graham Usher has won every single qualifying week he's played at the Suits. He was the first player to win
96.
2 qualifying weeks. Played twice, won twice, lost in a Champions Week final.
Yeah, he's got a lot of expectation on himself then there.
23.
Because he'll be wanting to do as well, at least. So
41.
When you do have a good record in a competition, and you know obviously from your days playing at the Lakeside, when you have a good record and you're used to winning somewhere,
Graham, you require 143.
do you just feel like whenever you walk into that room again, that's almost like the minimum expectation to repeat the feat?
59.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, you obviously want to do well. You want to retain titles and things like that. But it's you know, it's being comfortable in them surroundings, and it can always also put too much pressure on yourself, you know, and it can backfire. So it's a happy medium.
68.
I suppose that starts, isn't it? Just finding that balance, finding what's right for you.
27.
Yeah, sometimes you get it spot on, and other times you get it disastrously wrong.
On the first leg.
And that's the first leg there from Graham. Gets that right.
Second
right,
leg,
but still
Steve
shaking his
first.
head in the background.
Game on.
Somebody that sets very high expectations of himself, as we mentioned earlier on. As for Steve,
140.
important for him to, if he can, try and get back to winning ways as quickly as he possibly could.
81.
On his first one, got beaten in his second by 4 legs to 0 to Chris Quantock.
43.
Can he almost treat this day as a little bit of a free hit? Because he knows he's going to be here for the 5. Yes, he wants to win, but today's almost a day where you just settle in, you get used to the environment, you know what the tournament's about, and then tomorrow you have a clearer picture as to how to attack it.
I think it's a sensible way of looking at it. You know, today is just to get the surroundings around you, get the feel of the place, and you know, just get to give you that time to settle in. If he's expecting putting pressure on himself to come in there and blow everybody's socks off, all well and good if he did it, by all means. But
45.
you know, I think it's sensible not to put that much pressure on yourself.
100.
Plotting your own path, and that is exactly what Graham Usher's doing here. Not playing near his best, not playing anywhere near the levels of the first couple of games, but doing enough.
60.
Steve first to finish, but Usher will feel like he should minimum requirement leave himself on a 2-tile. You don't do that by hitting a treble here, unable to do so.
Steve, you require 153.
Steve not able to finish.
49. Graham,
Looking
you
for the
require
treble 19 with the last stop.
140.
Goes into the treble 3. Can only leave this handy, which he does.
100. Steve, you require 104.
Now has to hope that Steve hasn't got something seismic. Treble 17. Gives himself a dart, a double 16. And that would have been some
72.
readjustment
Graham,
after
you
the first
require
dart.
40. Game shot on his second leg. Graham
And
Usher.
Graham Usher pins the tops, doesn't allow him a second opportunity. He shakes his head as he trudges back downstage. But
Third
he's got the
leg,
break
it's Graham
and a
to the
2-0 lead.
reversed. Game on. 60.
Yeah, just shaking his head a little because he's not playing the game that he would like at the moment, but he does find himself in the 2-0 lead. He'll take that.
$28.
It's interesting. I was speaking to Keegan Brown the other week when he was playing at the double start tournament. Obviously, he's come off tour after about 12 years on it. And he was mentioning that the biggest difference between levels, in his opinion, was
100.
there's obviously high-quality players playing here, and their A game is good enough to compete at the highest level. But when you play on the Pro Tour, everybody's B game is still at a very high level, where maybe here sometimes you can play with your B game against somebody else on a B game, and you perhaps can just have a little bit more vigor, and that's kind of just the difference between the top level and this level.
Yeah, I agree with him there. It's there is that something little, that little extra, and yeah, it's it is, and it's minute. It's like we say about fine margins and that, but it's you know, it makes all the difference.
100. Steve,
Graham kind of doing what you have to do on the Pro Tour if you're not playing well. If you're not scoring well, you have to take your opportunities. He's only had 2 darts that are double in this match, and he's taken both of them.
60. Graham, you require 154.
He's going to find one on the back of the 154. He's not, and so Steve's going to come back to get a break and to return the game to throw.
94. Steve, you require 56.
So misses the big 16. Finds the 9 though for tops. Finds it with his third dart
leg.
and
Steve DeBuck
breaks back. Gets that important leg
Fourth
on
leg.
the board
It's
in
Steve
this
to throw
match.
first. Game on.
Well, Graham Usher was doing his shoelaces before this game got underway. Now he's going to have to pull his socks up.
99. $100.
Could find there with the last.
$60. $108.
Great 180 there from Graham Usher. Puts him in command of this leg.
100.
A crucial leg as well, which is on the Steve darts.
123.
Needs himself on a 2-darter after 9. Potential 11-darter here to really wrestle the match in his favour.
100. Graham, you require 98.
98 for Graham. So 20 will leave him tops
58.
on his
Steve,
return,
you require 142.
if he returns. And he will do.
45. Graham, you require 40.
So Graham tops now for a 3-1 lead. Just bounce off the barrel maybe.
Game shot
Doesn't
on the
need
fourth
use
leg.
the barrel,
Graham
but finds it anyway. Leads 3 legs to 1.
14-darter really
Fifth
finding some
leg, it's
class now,
to
Graham
throw
Usher.
first. Game
Putting
on.
his foot on the pedal and now looking to push towards the line.
100.
And there's just a feeling with Graham. Sometimes you just watch him throw, and it just looks so relaxed, doesn't it? Just like he's chucking them in a practice session or something like that.
He can almost look lazy sometimes. Yeah, he's got a nice flow to his throw. It's a great rhythm throw as well. yes, because sometimes looks so relaxed. He's, you know, just chucking like you say.
57.
It's great to watch, particularly when he's playing well.
60.
Beginning to find a better level towards the end of this game, but going back to what we were saying about him having high expectations of himself, he could win all 3 games here, and he'll still say he's
83.
probably not even got into gear yet.
No, going on how he's been playing recently, then yeah, I'd find that a
45.
fair assumption, really. Yeah, you know, he's had some form, so he's not quite reached his peak at the moment.
41.
However, only day one, you want to peak at the right time. He's doing the job here, setting himself up nicely to win this match. If he wins this match, then he's in a very handy position in the group. His second max of the match. He's on double 8 to complete a comprehensive 4-1 win. And a comprehensive win it is. It's a hat-trick of wins for Graham Usher. You get the sense that he still feels like there's gears to go. But so far, he is speeding past the rest in this Group A. 4-1 success against Steve DeBuck. And it was the doubling really that was the key strength to Graham in that contest. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Steve just couldn't quite keep up with Graham's scoring power. And so Usher with a 4-1 win to move on to 6 points in the group. It's Devon Peterson against Romeo Gerbevach on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're on this Monday morning. Usher's saying, yeah, 3 times because the gambler has picked up 3 wins from 3 to kick off his return to the live lounge stage. His latest one, a 4-1 success against Steve DeBuck. Next up for us is our middle match of the session, and it is Romeo Gerbevach up against Devon Peterson. For Devon, he's looking to get back to winning ways following defeat to Graham Usher in his second match of the session. But for Romeo, he is still to taste victory in this Group A campaign. Perhaps somewhat of a surprise.
First leg, it's
given his
Devon
previous
to throw first.
pedigree in this competition.
Game on.
But for Devon, I don't think he'd be overly disappointed with the way he played against Graham Usher. Maybe the one thing that might have annoyed him a little bit was maybe he just didn't give himself enough opportunities.
140.
He had a great first start to the day against Robbie Long with a 4-0 victory, and just didn't quite find the same form in his next match. So I'll be hoping to
60.
Put things right in this game.
Up against Romeo, who's looking just to get on the board no matter what the circumstances are. Played better in game 2 in comparison to the opener and missed key darts at double at key points. That really being the major difference against Robbie Long, who was 4 out of 7 on the doubles in comparison to the 3 from 9 of Gerbevach in that particular matchup. And it is Devon who's going to get 6 darts here for 161 to take out the opening leg.
$130.
Well, very much so in command. And this leg is Devon.
Devon, you require 31.
So 31 now for Devon. So double 8 to take the first leg. Double 4.
23.
Can't find it.
Romeo, you
so
require
Romeo does get a shot at this 164. Hits the first treble. Can't find the second.
88.
So Devon comes back
8.
for double 4. And finds it with his first start.
Devon
And gets the first leg of the match on the board.
And I feel like normal service has resumed. It was 16 darts per leg to win his first game 4-0. It's a 16 darter there. As for Romeo, he's probably in that position where he's just hoping that something can just fall his way. And talking about falls, he has a little bit of a trip over the oche there.
I don't think he quite pulled his dart out the board.
I think it was one of them where I think because he walked away and 9 times out of 10 they come out, don't they? That one time it does, and then you suddenly feel that jolt and
43
up as a result. But he'll just be hoping that at some point something can go his way, because I can imagine once you get to the point of 3, 4,
97.
Can you begin to chase that first win just a bit too much?
Well, obviously, yeah, I guess you can, because, you know, you want it. And you want something to just get that underneath your belt, and maybe you're hoping that might be the turning point. So, yeah, you probably can chase it a little bit too hard, but, you know, that's about competition darts, isn't it? You just want to achieve and you want to do your best, and that's the way it is.
Going back to you lot being greedy again.
100.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Romeo's had a better leg here on throw.
46.
And he's going to get 6 from this point to square the contest up.
105.
Well, the 25 of the last time means that Gerbevach, providing he stays straight, should get at least a poke at the bullseye upon his return.
81.
The
Romeo, you require 87.
So 87 now for Romeo. Hits a treble 3 though.
13.
And
Devon,
that
you require
was a bit of a mess.
17.
So 17 now. Tops for Devon to go 2-0
97.
ahead.
Romeo, you require 74.
They're getting the chance now at this 74. So big 20 now for the Tops to level the match.
54. Devon, you require 20.
Looked as good as in, but just underneath. And so Peterson to double up to get the break. Double 10. Is that a handy guide? No, it's not. Chasing fives.
Game shot on the
But
second
pins
leg.
it last
Devon
start in
Peterson.
hand to lead 2-0. And
Third
those are the
leg, it's Devon
opportunities
to throw
that kind of
first.
cost Roma in the previous
on.
match, didn't it, against Robbie Long, and it's just beginning to come back to haunt him here.
Yeah, a few loose darts, and then not being able to
100.
hit the double when he had the chance. The back end of that leg was a little bit messy for me.
81.
That's for Devon. He didn't need a break to win this match, but now he's got it. He'll feel like he's got a nice cushion in the contest.
60.
It's not to make the mistake and be complacent though. That can often happen as well. Devon has the experience to
100.
not do that.
And as you mentioned earlier, he's so headstrong, isn't he, in these types of situations?
Yeah, analyses every dart he throws, and you know, I can't see that changing. It's working.
140.
Devon does things Devon's way, doesn't he? Talks the talk in the commentary box and walks the walk on stage. Reigning ADC Global
Devon, you
Champion.
require 101.
And how he'd like to add the Super Series to his set of titles that he's claimed in his career. It's interesting speaking to
49.
Devon this morning for a feature which you'll be able to see on Pluto TV in the next few weeks or so. He actually attributed that
56. Devon, you
ADC
require
Global Championship
52.
to the very top of what he's achieved in the game. He's unable to pick
Romeo,
apart
you
leg 3
require
as of yet.
134. $98.
Now
Devon, you
leaves himself a
require
shot
32.
if Devon doesn't take out this double 16. Finds
Game
it with
shot on
dart
the
number
third leg.
2
Devon Peterson.
and leads the match by 3 legs to 0.
Fourth leg, it's Romeo
Going
to throw
through his
first.
ritual.
Game on.
In deep thought, deep thinking, knowing that he's in a very good position in this contest.
45. $42. $56.
And I think for Devon as well, the pride that came off of that global championship win is something that he's spoken about so often. Not just is he doing things for him, but he feels like he's playing for something much bigger. Playing not even just for a country, but playing for an entire continent.
Yeah, it's very admirable of him as well. You know, he's
81.
he's wanting to put steps in place for other people, for other Africans to be able to play the game as he's been able to. So that's he's done a very good job there, and it's very rewarding for him as well.
97.
Well, some people would call it pressure, but in the words of Billie Jean King, pressure is a privilege, and I think that's what Devon enjoys about his ambassadorial role.
Yeah, I agree. And it is. It's nice to have that. I was in a similar situation in the Lakeside days for me.
94. Devon, you require 143.
I was kind of like leading the way for the rest of the ladies, and so yeah, it's everybody has their role in darts at some point in every different era, sort of thing. So at the moment is Bo Greaves for the girls, who's leading the way, and before is you've got Fallon obviously still there, and Lisa, and so
92.
everybody's got a
Devon, you require
place,
12.
and and everybody's got an era kind of thing.
Is this going to be the Devon Peterson Super Series era? The AC Global Champions won this match on double free to seal a 4-0 success against Romeo Gerbovac. I think these two have got along quite well in the practice route. A nice embrace there from Devon as he wraps up a comprehensive victory. So Devon Peterson, his second win of the day, 2 points behind Graham Mush at the top of the group, and Chris Quantock can join him on 4. And actually the winner of this game between Quantock and Long after the break will move on to 4 points in the group.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Romeo Gerbovac by 4-0. So to our 9th game of the session, the final match from the 3rd cycle of fixtures, and it sees Robbie Long and Chris Quantock go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For this pair, the winner will move on to 4 points. We'll move level with Devon Peterson on that mark in the group, and just a couple behind Graham Usher, who currently is the only player left with an
First leg,
unbeaten
it's
record and won all 3 of
first.
his games so far to
Game
date. And you get the sense that just like the other 8 today, this is going to be played at a fair old pace.
81. $83.
In terms of Robbie Long that is,
58.
kind of playing consistently enough. 81 average in his first game, round about 81 in his second match. We kind of have a rough idea as to the type of level that maybe we're going to see from him maybe over the course of the week.
Yeah, like say after a few games, you tend to see how they're playing and their characteristics and yeah, just the way they approach things. And yeah, it's pretty steady for Robbie at the moment, and obviously he'll be wanting to improve on what he's done so far.
140.
As Chris Quantock, it's almost felt a little bit patchy at times. The good stuff's been really, really good, but maybe there's just been the odd leg, the odd moment here and there where he may feel like he could have done better.
Well, although he lost his first game against Graham Usher, he had a nice 1-2-1 out there, and so he had a good start there, building confidence in himself, sort of thing. But yeah, he has been a bit hit and miss, like you said. It's not quite been as consistent as he would like to be.
On the subject of inconsistency, there's the double 19 and then suddenly a double 10 to take out the opening leg. I don't think I've ever seen 59 taken out that way before.
I can't say I have either.
And we've seen a lot of legs of darts between us.
59. $100. 96.
Can you fill it up? Wow, decides to go to the 19s there.
Didn't like the lie, obviously, after dart 2, and so decided to move across or move downstairs. But set himself up in a really good position to get the break. Think about it. There we go.
134.
Starts on the 19s here. The 303.
139. Chris, you require 128.
So 128 now for Chris.
118. Robbie, you require
very nearly takes that out.
That's the second time now he's missed the double 10 off the back of that 128 combo today, Chris Quantock. This is to race into 2-0. 14 darter, 2 legs completed in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Fastest ever game, just for context, is 5 minutes and 43 seconds. That was a 4-0 demolition from Alexander Merckx against Jelle Klassen in October 2023.
$100.
Game's going that quick, Trina. You might need to get a lunch reservation somewhere. Might be in time for the lunchtime deals.
Well, it's definitely a speedy game, isn't it?
59.
Mainly because of the quality of Quantock, averaging here just under 95. Really beginning 44. To find another level now.
Maybe he's finding his rhythm a little bit now. A few games in.
$140.
Picks out a nice 140 there to leave himself 120. Robbie got some work to do here.
96. Chris, you require 120.
120 for Quantock isn't going to go, but he's got plenty of time to open up a 3-0 advantage.
84.
Finds that trouble with his last start. So what can Robbie do here to put the pressure on?
85. Christian
A
requires
bit of a fly dart with the last one, but double 18 just slips into the double 4. So double 14 now. Takes it with his second dart
Chris Quantock.
and takes a 3-0 lead.
And for the second time in this match, he's found a double-double combination which wasn't
it's Robbie
intended.
to throw first. Game on. $140.
Great start to this leg by Robbie Long.
100.
And the thing is, it's so easy for Robbie in this situation where he's been outplayed by his opponent, who's playing very well, just to almost sit back and take the blows, but he's trying to find a response of his own.
Yeah, he won't be giving
60.
up. He'll be trying his best to get that leg on the board and then hopefully build on that. He's got a lot to do though.
60.
And not finding a treble there is not going to help his cause.
In this situation, you just think about just getting the first step done, and then you just build a basis from there, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's, you know, he's got a lot to do, but it can be done. We've seen it time and time again, so, you know, it can be done.
44.
On average, it's about once a week here in the Super Series, a player comes back from 3-0 behind to win. Sometimes it can be 3 times a week, sometimes it's not a week where it happens at all, but that's kind of what 2 years worth of data has taught us in terms of the 3-0 scoreline being overturned.
60.
Now that's unlucky there because they're 3 good thrown darts and, you know, that just a couple of mil downwards and that could have been an easy 180. But, you know, they're good thrown darts, good selected together.
Well, Robbie's not going to take out the 137, but for the first time, he'll feel like he's got a little bit of breathing space. But that breathing space may well be dependent on what Quantock does here.
131.
Well, that's a great shot. Puts the pressure
78.
right back on Robbie. Must get this 78 now. So tops. And he finds it. And what a relief for him to get that one leg on the board. He's trailing by 3 legs to 1,
Fifth
but
leg, it's Chris to throw first.
he'll be hoping to build on that now.
Well, it's the first opportunity he had at a double and he gobbled it up. But Quantock knew he had the insurance policy of this leg, a leg on the darts to get the job done, and he'll be hoping to cash it in here.
140. 58. 58. 134.
No, great shot there from Chris. Robbie starts on the 19s here. On 303.
59.
Can't make a difference though.
So Quantock looking to finish the job off once and for all.
140.
Couple of trebles there, leaves himself on 74 after 12. Really good leg this to try and wrap the match up. For Robbie.
77.
Was unable to really build on what was a solid foundation in the previous leg, and so Quantock now looking at a double top to finish the job off and to move on to 4 points in the table. And he really is looking to build as the day goes along. That was a much better performance than Chris Quantock. Looking as if he's a more bona fide version of himself now. Took a couple of games to get going, but it looks like he's beginning to go through the gears. The doubling was impressive. The scoring power is just too much of Robbie Long in that contest. Chris Quantock sealing a 4-1 win against Robbie Long to move on to 4 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Steve DeBuck takes on Devon Peterson as you begin round 4's worth of matches. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is how the table looks following 9 matches. 3 rounds worth of fixtures. Graham Usher, top of the pile, 6 points to his name. The only player with an unbeaten record in this Group A. Chris Quantock and Devon Peterson with a couple of victories apiece. Steve DeBuck and Robbie Long on 2. Romeo Gerbovac, perhaps the biggest surprise, having not won a game so far today. And this is how the pattern of play has emerged on this Monday morning. Before the break, Chris Quantock got the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1. Devon Peterson beat Romeo Gerbovac 4-0. And Graham Usher sealed a 4-1 win against Steve DeBuck. We're going to see in action now against Devon, who is looking to go level on points with Graham at the top of the group. And Graham already beginning to build up a bit of a sizable lead in the legs difference column 2. Devon, if he wants to go top here, has to win 4-1 or 4-0 against Steve, who kicked off his day well. He got a win in his opening match against Romeo Gerbovac by 4 legs to 2, but hasn't quite worked out for him since. He's just won the solitary leg in the 2 games thereafter, a 4-0 defeat to Chris Quantock and a 4-1 defeat to Graham Usher. And you get the sense after what was a positive start, Steve will just want to pick up a victory, just to feel like he's really in the swing of things.
Yeah, like you say, he started off well and it's not quite made his mark, therefore after.
45.
Having a few loose darts
66.
at the moment.
Yeah, something we kind of picked out early on. When it's going, he really is a solid player, but it's just something maybe that he will probably look at in retrospect and try and sort out ahead of tomorrow.
100.
Well, finds the treble 20 there. No problem.
95.
Oh, Devon recovering there with his last dart.
That's for Devon. I'm sure he'll be analysing every single dart today, and I imagine he'll be doing so while he's cooking some amazing food. He's quite the talented chef, is Dev.
Is he?
Yes.
He never told me that.
140.
I've already asked him what time dinner's on the table tonight. Funny enough, he didn't reply.
How rude.
105. Devon, you require 121.
So 1-2-1 here for Devon. Couldn't find the treble 17. Would have left him ball.
41. Steve, you require 100.
So Steve with a chance of this ton finish. Can't find the treble 20. Maybe should have gone the 18s there if it was a bit covered, or even tops.
Well, that was a slip, wasn't it, with dart 1? And you cannot recover with dart 2. So DeBuck will come back having a look at double top to take out the opening leg to deal the Devon blow.
Game shot on the first
deal a blow
leg.
he will,
Steve
1-0. Devon, one of a number
Second leg, it's Devon to
capable
throw first.
cooks that
Game on.
ply their trade in this building. Now, Paul Nicholson's food is off the chart good. Perhaps no surprise.
Okay. And who else?
Ted Evitts,
140.
the other week, actually made us some lovely, lovely desserts, which were very quickly gobbled up. Jared Cole's a very handy cook, the king of the castle, also king of the kitchen. And I'll tell you who else can cook. Richie Burnett can make a mean pot noodle.
I had heard that one.
Daytime TV, we better not go any further as to that pot noodle story. As Steve fires in his first match and really beginning to go up through the gears here.
9.
Well, a disappointing visit there from Devon.
81.
And Steve not being able to punish that as much as he would like. Devon making up for his previous mistake there.
Steve require 119.
Treble 20 needed, can't be found.
59. Devon, you require 121.
So Peterson here looking at 1-2-1 to level up at 1 apiece. He's not going to get a chance to do so. And so Steve here has got a real opportunity to put a spanner in the works for the South African. If he can find this 60, if he can find double top, find it he will. He's 2 to the good. That's a 14 darter.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Well, I'm sure that's a form that Steve's been looking to achieve. Great result so far, 2-0 ahead of Devon.
Just having a look at his mannerisms and the way he's going about it. He looks like a real confident player. When he gets going, he looks like he's in a real mean mood. It's actually one of the things that we were kind of informed. Now, we got a biography off of Steve before we got underway today, which says Steve is known for being a very nice guy off the hockey, but I'm sure you would write that yourself, but can be aggressive and passionate when on the hockey. We haven't quite seen the aggression or the passion, but we have seen somebody that when they're playing well is showing mannerisms that is exactly the case.
140.
Had a visit to the players' room before I came up here, and yeah, he seems a quite quiet, nice, unassuming kind of guy, a bit laid back. But
100. Yeah. Steve, you require 152.
Seems a very nice guy. We'll see how he progresses on the dartboard this week.
Well, he'll be more than happy with what he's doing, and if he can win this game, then suddenly Quantop, Peterson, DeBuck would all be on 4 points. And for Graham Marsh, he'd have an opportunity to really stretch his lead at the top of the group. He'd have a 4-point gap if he beats what belong in the next if this result stays as it is. 17. doesn't go. So Peterson's got a chance here to get himself into the contest.
33. Devon, you require 94.
So he went for the bullseye there.
30.
And the double 18
Steve,
there.
You require 59.
So double top. And now 10 to 3-0.
39.
Bends the wire.
Devon, you require 57.
Thompson. Double 10.
Game
Finds
shot
it
on
with
the
his third
leg.
dart and
Devon
gets a leg on the
Peterson.
board.
I just wonder whether Steve may feel like that was opportunity there in the
Full flag.
previous
It's
leg
Devon to
passing
throw
him by.
first.
And Peterson
Game on.
crucially there as well, getting a break. The match returns to throw at 2-1.
Yeah, big opportunity missed there by Steve DeBuck.
140.
Could have been in a comfortable 3-0 lead in this match. Still finds himself ahead though. The 2-1 lead and going nicely in this leg.
The key is not to let it affect you, but the problem he's got is
140.
Devon Peterson's found a bit of confidence now. He's beginning to really find his mojo again.
60.
Yeah, Steve having to work his way around them first two darts
100.
to try and hit the treble 20. Couldn't be found though, but can you do a better job this time?
60. Devon, you require 121.
It feels like Devon's power scoring is just beginning to tell a little bit more now. Able to take out the 1-2-1, but you look at the
81.
scoring in this game, in terms of the two treble turns, Devon's had 6 of them in this contest compared to the 2 of Steve, although granted Steve has also had the maximum in there.
22.
But Devon's seemingly now finding
40.
the bigger stuff more regularly,
shot on
and
the
that's a
fourth flag,
13
Devon
darter
Peterson.
to square the game up at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag. It's Steve to throw first.
Well, the
Game
game's
on.
turned on its head a bit now. That 2-0 lead
78.
by Steve started off great, and now Devon's come back to level the match.
100.
When you play somebody like Devon, who's such a power scorer that's constantly hitting big every single time he goes to the ball, when you're the
46.
player up against him, can you always be lulled into a sense of, I can't afford to have any stray visits, otherwise I'm going to be punished?
100.
Yeah, I guess so. But then, you know, you've got to be careful not to put too much pressure on yourself. You just got to try and play your own game. And
45.
if you play in your own game, hopefully that's enough to beat the opponent. But yeah, it's a lot more to be said about your frame of mind, how you think about your game, and you know, how you let things affect you or don't. That's the key.
60.
Well, that was an incredible second dart. That just about hung in. And you may feel like Steve DeBuck is just about hanging on because Peterson's beginning to make his move.
93.
13 darter in the previous leg. On for potential 14 here. Comprehensively outscoring his opponent. And may well, for the first time, have a lead in terms of the scoreline. Steve led 2-0. Peterson's fought back well. And he's got 2 in his hand, a double 4 to move in front. And to move one away and have the darts to win it. 13 followed by 14. And he looks so in the
Sixth
zone.
flag. It's Devon to throw first. Game on. $41. $30.
A little bit of frustration creeping in there with Steve. Snatches his darts out the board
100.
with that visit.
$41.
I can imagine it's difficult for Steve right now because he led 2-0. He put himself in such a good position, had the opportunity to go 3-0 up
92.
in the game. Suddenly he's seen Devon put in 2 really good legs back to back to take the lead, and you almost get the sense that
84.
he's almost trying too hard now to try and get things right again, get things back on an equal kill.
Yeah, he'll be thinking that if he loses this game, he'll be thinking, well, I gave that game away, really. You know, he'd be thinking I lost that game rather than Devon winning it, kind of thing. But yeah, he'll be frustrated with that 2-0 lead, and you know, to be in this position now, he'll be upset with himself about it.
60.
And Peterson putting himself in a position to get the game wrapped up. Would have preferred to have been on the 2-darter upon his return. Troubler's turn meant that
Devon, you require 107.
he's going to need the full complement to wrap it up right here, right now. Treble 18 leaves himself the double to complete a 4-2 victory. And from 2-0 behind, Devon Peterson really did put on the afterburners, didn't he? Couple of decent legs, a 13 and a 14 to move 3-2 up, and then wrapping the match up with a 1-10 finish. And so for Devon, he moves on to 6 points, level with Graham Usher at the top of the group, who we're going to see on the other side of this short break as he takes on Robbie Long.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
The Super Series opens its doors every single Saturday night, and you can be here at the Live Lounge in Port. So we'll tell you a little bit more about the ticketing information that you need in this next match. And for Graham Usher, well, already he might be putting himself one step closer towards a Saturday night fold. If he can beat Robbie Long here, he will continue his perfect start to life back at the Live Lounge. He'll be 4 wins from 4, and he'll be within a match against Romeo Gerbevach, who's currently not won a game today, from completing the card on the first day's worth of action here
First
at the Live
leg,
Lounge
it's
in
Robbie to
Portsmouth.
throw first. Game on.
Robbie Long, well, we know what we're going to get from him. Something in and around the low 80s range. That's kind of been where he's plotted his path throughout the course of the day. But against Graham,
24.
the way that he's been playing over the course of the day, particularly the way he's been finishing, you get the feeling that he's going to have to raise his level here to get a result against the gambler.
Yeah, he is indeed. And, you know, it's a tall order for him going on his form at this point in time. And but we'll see what happens. And, you know,
81.
Graham might not have as good a game, and Robbie just might lift his. So, you know what it's like. Anything can happen in this game.
And instinctively as well, can Robbie go into this with a feeling of, no, I want to win, but this is a little bit of a free hit because of who I'm playing against.
60.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. You know, it's because he's at the top of the table, he's not really an immediate danger to
28.
Robbie. He's going to be looking at people that are just slightly above him or below him to see where he fits within the table and what damage can be done from them.
And I suppose that's what day one kind of is, like, particularly for a player like Robbie, just kind of seeing whereabouts he fits in amongst the mould and kind of what his battle lines are going to be for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it's all about a learning curve day, I
93.
think, Mondays. And, you know, it's just settling in. It's just finding your way around and just seeing where everything lies at the moment. And just you try and work out something in your mind as to where you should be at this point in time.
96.
And at this point in time, he's the dominant force in this first leg. Mr. Dart at tops on the back of the 116. He's going to come back for 3 more at double 10. Usher slow out the traps at the beginning of this contest, perhaps uncharacteristically.
Game shot on the first leg.
No mistake on the double 10 there. Robbie Long takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Graham to the
Which actually, apart from his
game on.
win early on, have actually been in quite short supply.
140. $121.
Oh, a bit of a trip over the ocky there for Robbie as he retrieves his darts from the board.
140.
Quite literally looking to stamp his authority on things.
60.
That's it. Lift your leg, Robbie. Lift your leg over the ocky.
I'm sure that one's going to get clipped up.
123.
Much better response from Graham Usher in leg 2, leaving himself on a 2-darter after just 9.
140. Graham, you require 98.
So hits the treble. Double 19.
Game
Finds
shot
it
on
with
the
his
second
third
leg.
dart.
Graham Usher.
And levels the match.
12-darter. What a difference a leg
Third
can
leg,
make
it's
for the
Robbie to
gambler.
throw first. Game on.
Still scratching his head and still, even though he's been the dominant force in this group,
100.
has given off the air of a man that feels like he is nowhere near his best, that
100.
he's frustrated with the levels that he's ascertaining, even though it's just been too much for the field.
85. 140. 57. 60.
Couldn't find the treble, which would have left him a finish there.
$99.
Yeah, thinks about it. Needed to come down there. If he'd have gone for another 20 or treble 20, he wouldn't have left himself a finish.
Robbie, you require 160.
To beat Graham, you've got to play well, but also do everything right. You've got to literally play your cards
Graham,
right
you
against the
require
gambler.
120.
He rolls the dice on this one, 20. Not to be, and so Long will come back
Robbie, you
to
require
establish
6.
his advantage, and he gave those 3 darts a bit of a talking to there.
The tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Hits it with
Robbie
his
Long.
second dart and takes a 2-1 lead.
Fourth
They're all
leg,
going to
it's
throw at the
Graham to
moment.
first. Game on.
I suppose what we haven't spoken about is what happens if Robbie Long wins
100.
this game, because if he does, then Graham Usher goes to the top of the pile. Chris Quantock would have the opportunity to move on to 6
97.
points. And there'd be a freeway tie on 6 points, and Robbie Long not too far away on 4.
139. $58.
Small margins again can make the biggest of differences.
95.
So Graham leaves himself a 167 finish. Be way behind on a 346. Looking to find another treble, and he does.
Graham, you require 167.
So Usher's got 6 on this point. It's really felt like a game where the player throwing first has just dominated legs.
97. $60.
Can't find the
Graham, you
treble,
require
so
70.
Graham favourite here for this 70. So tops.
Game shot
Finds
on the
it
fourth
for a
leg.
level
Graham
game.
Usher.
2-2.
Well, the 2 legs he has won have been in 12
Fifth
and
leg,
15.
it's
The
Robbie
good
to
stuff's
the
been very
first.
good. But
Game on.
the legs on the Robbie Long throw have been a long way away for Graham Usher.
$60. $59.
And to be fair, we said that if Robbie was going to get success here against Graham, he'd have to raise his game in comparison to some of the levels he ascertained before. And to his
59.
credit, he has. Savage here of 85.5, the doubling 2 from 3. He's put the task up to Graham,
60.
and he's posed the question to the man at the top of the table.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, wasn't we, about you know, if he has his best game and Graham has a lesser game from what he's been
96.
playing, you know, the result could well be very different.
60.
That is why we don't play this game on paper, because on paper, based on what happened earlier on, you would have had Graham as a comprehensive favourite, but Long here,
100.
no, and all he had to do is hold 4 times. So far, has done a very good job of it.
100. $42.
Well, he does leave himself a finish, but Graham can put in a big score here.
42.
Well, that's disappointing
Robbie, you
for
require
him.
144.
So Robbie got 6 starts at this now, but will he need it?
82.
That second dart was just a shade wide, but he's going to put himself in a good position.
100.
But he's going to have to take the 62
Robbie
now, because
requires
that's just left
62.
tops of the break. Such a big play in this match. Potentially such a big dart, and
Yeah, it's on the
potentially
fifth
such a
leg.
big
Robbie Long.
find. The double 4 goes. Long lead 3-2.
Sixth flag. It's Graham to the row
Graham
first.
Usher, who
Game on.
thus far has been all conquering. As
140.
he's back against the wall. He has the darts here to send us to a last leg decider. But Robbie looking to finish the job off here once and for all.
140.
Super darts there from Graham Usher.
59.
And that could be the difference in this leg.
On throw, he's been an absolute
6.
beast in this match.
Starts on the 18s here.
138.
That's a good find.
Graham, you require
Giving himself a
161.
164. If he gets the opportunity, and he will.
42. Robbie, you
Now
require
this
164.
Would be some way to get the job done. Triple 18 would have left the ball, and so Usher back for 79 to take us all the way.
96. Graham, you require 79.
Tops then for a level match.
59.
Can't find it,
Robbie, you
so
require 68.
opportunity for Robbie here to take this 68 out for a 4-2 victory. Double 4. And he
Game
finds
shot
it.
and the match.
And that's a
Robbie
4-2
Long.
victory to Robbie Long. A big dart there. And what a result. Getting a win there against Graham Usher. An average there of 86.45 for Robbie. 88.16 for Graham Usher. 66.6% on the checkouts for Robbie. And what a result. 4-2. Coming up soon, Romeo and Graham Usher.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Robbie Long got the better of Graham Usher by 4 legs to 2. Our next game sees Romeo Gerbovac and Chris Quantock go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For Romeo, he's still looking for his first victory. As for Quantock, opportunity now, following defeat for Graham Usher in the previous match, to go top of the group. But to do so, he'd need to win this game by 4-1 or 4-0, but at the very least he can put himself level on points with the two at the top. And in fact, Devon Peterson now is the player at the top of the group because of that defeat for Graham Usher before the break, and the margin of defeat to Robbie Long. So an intriguing contest here. For Romeo, it's about getting up and running, but for Chris Quantock, if he can win this game, he'll put himself in such a good position going into the final round, where he does play Graham Usher.
45.
Yeah, interesting. Make things very interesting.
51.
As for Romeo today, it just hasn't quite gone to plan.
140.
Big expectations coming into here on the back of winning a week last time.
66.
But I suppose the thinking will be, well, it's only Monday. There's still time to go this week.
Well, you know, you've got to remember these guys have got all week as well. You know, it's not just till they're playing at the moment to
85.
see who qualifies on the Wednesday for the Saturday evening. So, you know, not all's lost. You know, they've still got the Thursday and the Friday to give themselves another chance at the final night.
2 opportunities.
96.
I'll be hoping at least one of them's taken. Gerbovac 1-2-1. 6 starts from here, which is why he starts on the 25. Couldn't find the treble 65. To leave himself on double 18, but he is going to return to have a couple of darts and a double of choice, providing he stays straight.
97. Romeo, you require 56.
So tops now. Romeo.
36.
Can't find it.
Chris, you require
so
106.
A chance for Chris now for this 106. Treble 18 now's the target.
$39. Romeo, you require 20.
So Gerbovac comes back for double 10. Up for 5s. Decent guide.
15.
Couldn't utilise it.
Chris, you require 67.
So Quantock here, who has been a bit of a passenger in this first leg. He's got an opportunity to nick it here.
47.
The tops drop slow
Romeo,
for him.
You require 5. No score.
Well, busted score there.
Chris, you require 20.
Double 10 then.
Game shot on the
to
first
take the first leg.
Chris Quantock.
And a break of throw.
Quantock one up in a leg which...
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Gerbovac, if the truth be told, dominated. Missed 5 darts at a double. And Quanny taking full advantage of it.
81. $60.
And it is quite interesting how the final round of fixtures pan out. Quantock takes on Peterson, Usher takes on Gerbovac. And of course, the way
28.
the format works is the fixtures will then switch the next day. So you get the sense that by around about 10:30 tomorrow morning, we'll have a really good idea of perhaps where the land lies in terms of who the contenders are anyway for the group.
Yeah, we'll get more of an idea as to see
134.
Who's favourite for winning the group, and also where the positioning is going to be for groups B and C.
140.
All about getting yourself in the mix. And for Romeo, if he's going to get himself in the mix, you get the sense he's probably going to have to win this game. Otherwise, he will feel as if he is completely cut adrift of everybody else.
54.
But like we've said before, you know, all is not lost. I mean, potentially he could
94.
go all 3 days without winning a game, and come Thursday, Friday, could really turn it on, and it can all change.
58.
We've seen it
Pressure
before,
require
where
104.
players have finished bottom of the group. Kieran Tehan did it once, where he picked up just a couple of wins in the Group A and then would go on to win the week. Quantock at a 104.
Game's
Double
on the
16s found for a
second leg. Chris
second
Quantock.
ton plus checkout of the day for the quick fire Yorkshireman. Blink and
Third
you
leg,
will
it's
miss
Romeo
it.
to throw first. Game on. $85. $58. $55. $121.
Really beginning to get going now, isn't he, Quantock? It's been a couple of games where maybe it's just taken him a leg or two to get into things, but then once he does, he can just put in legs and then put in moments which can push opponents to the brink.
Yeah, when he's had the opportunity of a big finish, he's been pretty good at them. So, you know, perhaps that's going to be his strong point if he's got a big finish out. Perhaps that's going to be his game. You know, perhaps that's going to win him games.
And it's particularly a good trait to get, particularly as the week draws to a close and you get to the big matches where you may only get that odd opportunity to win a leg or potentially win a match or win a championship.
82.
Well, he wanted the single 17 there and has slipped into the double.
$59 scored, so 23 remaining for Quantock.
62. Romeo, you require
Hope that's just a little blip and nothing more. Gervach looking to severely punish. He's not going to, and so Quantock will return.
56. Chris, you require 20.
So double 10 for a 3-0 lead.
Third leg, Chris Quantock.
Chris Quantock.
Fourth flag, it's Chris to throw
And now
first.
it's his throw as well.
Game
So,
on.
you know, potential 4-0 victory here.
He would have been breathing a real sigh of relief then when he when that double 10 went in because of what happened the visit before.
$60. $59.
I mean, he was tipped by many to get a tour card after his exploits at the World Championship and what he did here at the back end of 2024, but that wouldn't happen. In fact, the only Croat on tour is Pero Klubic, who is taking on Daryl Pilgrim in Hildesheim as action gets underway for Players' Championship number 7 of the year. Number Super Series regulars in action. Just having a glance over. And Tommy Lishman is 5-4 up on Dave Chisnall at this present moment in time.
59.
And we've seen it from players in the past that have played here and then they get their call up in other arenas and they really make the use of it.
65.
Yeah, and it's great to see, isn't it? And it's that's what, again, this is what Modus is all about. You know, it gives you that opportunity to progress on your game and to improve. And there's many players that have been here and played on this Super Series that have got their tour card now, and you know, it's proven fact that this Super Series helps.
140.
We're seeing from the likes of Luke Little, of course, world champion now. Jan van Veen doing great stuff on tour. Scott Williams, a world semi-finalist. It works. But is this game over? Because Quantock's looking at 66 here to win it, and he's going to get 2 darts in his hand to cross the line at double 12. And he only needs the one to round off a comprehensive 4-0 win. It's just not happened today from Romeo Gerbevac so far. 4 matches played, 4 defeats. Chris Quantock, not his best performance, but it was just too much for the Croat in the end. It was the Dublin which really was the highlight. The 104, the key moment for him. And he moves on to 6 points. And because of the margin of victory, moves to the top of the table going into the final round of matches, which begins a meeting between Robbie Long and Steve DeBuck. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 rounds worth of fixtures, and before the break we saw Chris Quantock get the better of Romeo Gerbovac by 4-0. A first defeat in the group for Graham Usher, 4-2 to Robbie Long, and Devon Peterson beating Steve DeBuck by that same scoreline. So it means that we have 3 players now tied at the top of the group with 6 points in their name. Chris Quantock at the top of the pile, Devon Peterson and Graham Usher also there, and Quantock and Peterson will go head-to-head in game 14 of the day. So one of them guaranteed to finish on 8 points overnight. Graham Usher will take on Romeo Gerbovac, who is bottom of the table at a point to his name at the end of the day. But before that, it's a meeting of the 2 ADT qualifiers as Robbie Long takes on Steve DeBuck. For Robbie, well, he picked up a big win last time out. He got the better of Graham Usher, as we mentioned, by 4-2, and it was a much improved performance. His best performance of the day. Average of just under 86.5. His doubling was decent as well. 4 from 6 to dispatch of the gambler. Up against Steve, who won his first game, but has then struggled to make some severe inroads from that point onwards. Did lead Devon Peterson by 2-0 in his previous game before losing 4-2. But for Robbie Long, this is an opportunity to finish his opening day, his debut day here, with 6 points. And I think if you offered him that this morning, I reckon he would have bitten your hand off.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a player that's found his footing kind of thing in this first day. Got himself a few points on the board.
Put himself in a good position going into tomorrow, come what may, and he'll feel like he's really into the week. And if he can pick up 6 points, he makes himself a real dangerous contender. And okay, he's going to have to fix the legs difference, but he would at least give himself an opportunity if other people faltered elsewhere.
59.
Yeah, can put himself in that position. He's not in control of what others do, but as long as he puts himself in the best position that he can, then, you know,
60.
maybe fate will play a turn then.
$59.
I can also imagine, though, as well, for both players, they will see this as a real opportunity to end the day on a high. And we kind of mentioned it earlier on, is you see the opportunity there, but not try too hard to then try and grasp it.
Yeah, it's about, you know, it's about the pressure and not putting yourself under too much pressure. But it's hard to explain. But it's about controlling your nerves and controlling the way you approach things. It can make a difference. You know, it's like players that give out an outburst.
97. Steve, you require
can
81.
Lose energy from that. So that's why I tend to do it.
55.
You saw an outburst of emotion there from Steve DeBuck if he took out the double 13 there, but Robbie Long looking at 126 for the opening leg. We'll stay there because 57 would have left the ball, but Steve looking at double 13.
Steve, you require 26.
Well, it's some way of leaving double 5, and at least there's no target area in the way.
Robbie, you require 68.
68 now. Robbie, let's take the first leg and a hold a throw. So tops.
28.
Can't find it, and that dart is some way off, 10. In fact. Double 5 for Steve. He's made a mess
6.
of that.
Robbie, you require
both
40.
players have had opportunities, but both players have made a bit of a mess of it. And so Long looking at tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
First time of
Long.
asking. No mistakes that time. Robbie Long leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Interesting, you talk about controlling nerves and controlling yourself. Are you sometimes, particularly if you're at the inexperienced side of the scale, do you sometimes have to fight what feels like natural emotions sometimes to bring the best out of yourself?
Personally, yeah, sometimes I want to shout,
54.
Really shout and everything, but I've done it a couple of times and it didn't do me any favours. It just drained the energy from me. So that's why I don't tend to do it anymore. But yeah, I think, and it's all down to the individual, for some players it obviously works. For me, it didn't. So it's finding your own balance.
Doing what's right for you, pretty much.
Yes, exactly that.
81.
Well, this has been a good response from Steve, who missed 5 opportunities to break the throw in the opening leg.
28.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how Gerwin Price does it, because he gives out so much emotion and so much energy
60.
when he celebrates a throw or something. And it's I would just find that so draining. And so yeah, but like I say, each their own.
Steve, you require 120.
It only worked for him on Thursday, did it? The Premier League when he beat Luke Littler. And I do wonder as well with people like Gerwin Price, because they've come from a different sporting background, and in Gerwin's case, rugby, where you celebrate tries and you really give it some on key things, whether that's just something that for him is just naturally translated from one sport to another.
Yeah, it could well be.
He's double top.
59.
Not to be this time, but he has got time on his side to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
$60. Steve, you require 20.
So double 10. Well, can't find it. And throws that one into the 15. He's got plenty of time.
100. Steve, you require 5.
It's a double 2 now to level the match.
Game
And
shot
takes it with his second
leg,
dart.
Steve DeBuck.
And that could have been awkward there after the slip in the last dart, the last visit, but he did well to recover from
Third
that.
leg, it's Robbie to throw first.
Yeah, it's a little bit of
Game
a
on.
confidence knock going into the 15, but like you said, recovered well.
To tie this game, to square this game at 1-1.
84.
A couple more matches to go following this one. Chris Quantock will
60.
take on Devon Peterson. Graham Usher will take on Romeo Gerbovach. Then we'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 to see the resumption of
96.
Group A here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Busy day of darts across the canvas, and one of our Super
60.
Series regulars who we're going to see before too long, Tommy Lishman, has beaten Dave Chisnell 6-5 on the Pro Tour, and a player that we saw here last year, Nico
81.
Springer, has beaten Michael van Gerwen by 6 legs to 3. Some of the early results that have come in. A lot of
60.
call-ups for our players because of a number of withdrawals, particularly the Premier League players who've decided to give this one a miss, including the defending champion, Darius
100.
Levanauskas, who's in action, and he finds himself 4-2 down to Ricky Evans.
140. Robbie, you require 140.
So there's the first treble. Needs another one. Can't find it, but
100.
leaves himself tops, and he will be back for it.
$130.
And it's going to be a
Robbie,
tops.
require
That's
40.
going to be under pressure. One left.
20.
The tops ain't found, and so
Steve, you
DeBuck will come back
require
looking at
51.
51 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. Double 18.
42.
Cannot find that, and double
Robbie,
9, and maybe the
require
first time we've
20.
seen a real exasperation from the Belgian.
So double 10 for Robbie.
Game shot
To
on the
lead.
third leg. Robbie
2
Long.
legs to 1.
Easy now,
Fourth
Steve.
leg. It's Steve
Here
to
he
throw
goes.
first. Game on.
Looks like he's got a lunchbox, doesn't he, for a case? I feel like I've used one of those tubs to put me
100.
sandwiches and crisps in once upon a time.
I thought you were going to say something else then.
97. $100.
Yeah, I've definitely had some Dairy Lee Dunkers in that once upon a time.
Just like he's bought his sandwiches, doesn't it?
140.
Well, I'm sure if Paul Nicholson was here, he'd be talking about plenty of replenishment as the day goes along and ways of keeping
85.
yourself topped up and keeping the food going.
$125.
Well, it is important to eat properly on these long days. Get your energy levels up.
Robbie, you require 139.
139. Is it on offer? It's not just on offer, it's
Game shot on
got.
the fourth leg. Robbie
And it's
Long.
now a long way back for Steve DeBuck. The 139 goes. It's a 12 darter.
Fifth leg. It's
And Robbie Long
to
here
throw
is to within a
first.
leg of finishing his
Game on.
debut day of the Super Series with 6 points on the board.
59.
Although, is there any rules about eating on the stage?
I'm sure there is. I can't recall anybody taking a sandwich up there, you know, and
140.
having a bite in between throws. I can't ever recall that. And I'm sure I would.
I'm going to stitch somebody up
6.
here. And the person I'm going to stitch up is Chris Murphy.
All right, okay. Tell me more.
This could be a career ender.
100.
He once played, him and Dan Dawson used to have a famous game on Twitter called the Premier Inn League. And in the middle of a game, Chris Murphy decided to make Andy eat a fish finger sandwich.
Okay, personal choice, I guess, but, you know, wouldn't have been my personal choice, fish finger sandwich. But, yeah, okay.
I like the fact you're more perturbed about the choice of sandwich than the act itself.
Exactly,
100.
yes.
57. Steve, you require
Steve here with 6 darts and 161 to bring it back to 3-2. Not to be this time. Steve has missed 11 darts and a double in this contest so far.
99. 100. Steve, you require 62.
So 62 now for Steve. Double 16. And he
Gets
finds
on the
it
fifth
with his
leg.
third
Steve de Boer.
dart. And the score lies at 3 legs to 2.
Just gives himself a
leg. It's
glimmer, an
Steve to throw
opportunity,
first.
doesn't he? And because he's got
Game
the
on.
break back, not that Robbie Long knew about the fact he got a break back, he now gives himself an opportunity to take it all the way. I think Robbie thought the game was tied at 3 apiece.
100. 59. 100. 45.
Well, a few loose darts here. Robbie
100.
and Steve Buck finding a few of them trebles and putting himself in a very good position for this leg.
96.
So to take it all the way to a last leg decider. This time it would be a last leg decider.
100.
5-ton leg on offer. The red pen leg.
100. Steve, you require 101.
Finds the treble 20. Now double 16.
69.
Left himself though in a very handy position.
40.
2
Steve,
16s
you require 32.
for 3 apiece. 1 left. And he
Gets on the
finds
sixth
a
leg.
way
Steve
through
de
and we
Boer.
go the distance.
7th and final leg. It's Robbie to throw first. Game on. $59. 45.
A bit of an edgy start from both players in this leg. Either of them not finding a treble.
60.
And still not.
What gives in this last leg scenario? That's a big 140. Just puts the pressure on Robbie. Asks the question of him.
140.
Well, he replies well there with a 140 of his own.
$36.
Well, loose starts there from Steve. So can Robbie punish that score? Would love a treble here.
100.
And finds it with his last dart.
Steve will almost feel like all the hard work he's done from 3-1 to 3-all, and some of the good work in this leg may have just been undone with that
100.
untidy visit last
Robbie
time out,
require
because Robbie Long
142.
has got 6 darts from 142
to wrap it up.
125.
Clip of the last, but he's going to get 2 match starts upon his return.
$60. Robbie requires 17.
So this to seal it, and to seal 6 points from his opening day.
It's
Double four
and
is
the match,
found.
Robbie
And
Long.
Robbie Long will be very happy with how his first day here at the Super Series has gone. 3 wins out of 5. He has beaten Steve DeBuck in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. In terms of the turn of the tape, wasn't really too much to write home about. The highlight was the 139 finish midway through, but Robbie Long beating Steve DeBuck by 4 legs to 3. And coming up after the break, Chris Quantock takes on Devon Peterson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Anyone who's going to try and attempt to Luke Littler again, my money's on this man.
Here comes Jaden Walker.
180.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker, take everything. It's Angry Jay.
for a 2-0 lead. Who saw this coming?
Games on the second leg.
Me and you have a problem. A serious problem. I am the 3 times champion of the world.
It was a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get...
And I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
All mouth. It's all mouth. When he says champion, remember that's BDO. All right. You don't want to throw that in. BDO.
There is a chance, but it's not to be. The winners, Angry Ginge and Jaden Walker, win it 3-2.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker.
So, the Modus Super Series Influencer Charity Showdown is back. It's on the 11th of May and it is live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. 12-year-old Jaden Walker, who became a sensation the last time he played in that event, is going to return. And as you can see, there's some other star names on show. Jimmy Van Schie is going to make his debut, and I think quite literally the roof could come off this place. The Scottish duo of Robert Thornton and John Henderson, and Pete Rachuri of Kenya, who appeared here at the Super Series a few weeks ago. He stole the headlines when he was here, and he's going to be back as part of the international pairs, and he will be playing in the Influencers event. That's on the 11th of May. Should be a good event. It's live, it's exclusive here on Pluto TV. 2 more games to go on this Monday afternoon here at the Super Series. Before the break, Robbie Long got the better of Steve DeBuck by 4 legs to 3 to end his first day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with 6 points to his name. So it means that temporarily the top 4 are all on 6, but that has to change come the end of this one because Chris Corntock and Devon Peterson will go head-to-head. Now, if Chris Corntock wins this game, then he will go top of the table on 8 points. And if he wins it 4-2 or better, he cannot be dislodged from the top of the pile overnight. As for Devon Peterson, well, he's seen his lead at the top be whittled away by Kwani, who is looking to put Peterson's hopes in the Swanee.
140.
Well, we will know a lot more by the end of this game, and for whoever wins this contest, 8 points overnight is such a good position to be in come day 2.
Well,
a great 180 there from Chris.
$45.
Well, a left-handed 180 there from Devon Peterson.
Just needed to move across a little bit, didn't he?
135.
What a start this is from Chris Corntock, leaving himself on 46 after just 9 darts in this opening leg and on throw as well.
55. Chris, you require 46.
Tops now to take the first leg. Double 10.
36.
Can't find it, but he will be back. You can see the
83.
The thought thinking going through Devon's mind there. So double 2 now for Chris.
6.
So what started out to be a really good leg of scoring. Chris is struggling to get over the line.
And double 2 is always awkward.
48. Chris, you require
Peterson needs
4.
himself on the big fish just in case. Corntock looking at 2 2s.
No score.
Well, that was
Devon,
awkward.
You require 170.
So a chance for Devon. Needs another one of them. Can't find it. So 90 left.
105. Chris, you require
And now
4.
this leg has a different complexion to it. Because Corntock's in the madhouse.
Yeah,
and Peterson was sat
Chris
poised, but he's not going to get a look. Corntock 1 up.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Well, that would have been a disaster for Chris to have lost that leg. Say on a finish after nine darts in that leg.
And it was a leg he had such control of, and if he let that slip, he would have felt like a major opening in this match, and maybe even in this group had been let slip. But he's taken the Peterson darts right at the very beginning of leg 2.
100.
And suddenly the African Warrior is being put under severe pressure.
100.
He's got plenty of room for another one.
140.
Can't find it.
When you power score like Devon Peterson,
140.
you always give yourself an opening. You always give yourself a glimmer of an opportunity. Could do with another, preferably, or head down for the 25 to leave himself on the 2-darter. Kontok has already taken out the 121 today, but he's not going to do it twice.
43. Devon, you require 71.
Double 10 now.
Game
For 1-1.
Second leg, Devon Peterson.
Levels up the match.
Parity, just when it looked like Kontok was just beginning to steal a march.
It's Chris to throw first. Game on. .43.
And that might well be the opening on the Kontok throw that Devon needs. Remember, he has to get a break at some point to win this contest.
45.
Well, can't find the darts there to give him the advantage.
100. 100. 100. 100. .22.
Well, that might just be the opportunity that Devon needs to pounce in on that 22, 100. And he does so.
Just felt like this game was reaching a little bit of a stalemate, and it just needed somebody just to put their front foot forward. Easy for me to say. Devon unable to take out the 156.
100.
Leaves it handy though.
136.
Well, that's great darts there.
Devon, you
Put
require
the pressure on this 56 for Devon. So tops for a 2-1 lead. Finds it with his third dart.
Devon Peterson.
And a breaker throw.
Opens up a 2-1 advantage. Kontok,
Fourth leg,
one leg
Devon to
one.
First.
And
Game
looked
on.
as if maybe at the beginning of leg 2 was just beginning to get his feet under the table. Well, he's been unseated by Devon Peterson here.
140.
And he could be dislodged from the top of the table in just a couple of legs' time.
45.
One more game to go after this one. Graham Usher against Romeo Gerbavac. Usher will have the opportunity to join whoever wins this game on 8 points at the top of the group going into Tuesday's action.
100.
This is something that you'll see from Devon if he's not fully set or somebody just moving past. He's just in his line of sight as he approaches. He's not too afraid to just step back and be ready in his own time.
55. 85.
Devon looking favourite.
Devon, you require
Here for this leg.
91.
91.
So double 16, just on the
75.
inside. Opportunity there for Devon, but he's going to get 3 more to open up a 3-1 lead, and it's going to be the double that
81.
won him the
Devon, you
global
require
championship
16.
title. That's going to be the one that gives them a chance to move 2 clear here.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
just like
leg,
at the global
Devon Peterson.
championship, he pins it first time of asking. 3-1 up.
5th leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And
Game on.
I've got to say, Devon's done a good job of just pushing his level to a point which has just been
57.
just a little bit too much for Chris to counter.
Yeah, he's had another not so
60.
steady game again as Chris. So not been finding. I was going to say the trebles there, but he
125.
certainly did then. And the finishing has been a bit iffy for him this time.
60.
Is it fair to say, and look, he's going to finish minimum 6 points no matter what, but is it a fair reflection to say that the good stuff's been good, but
96.
maybe it's just been a little bit inconsistent at times?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. He has been a little bit inconsistent, but, he's still in a great position, and,
81.
I'm sure he'll be happy with his position at the end of this day.
Put himself in situ no matter
46.
what happens going into tomorrow, and it is just day 1 of a 5-day process. It's not the be-all and end-all right now.
100.
And I think Chris is experienced enough here to know that whether it's good or bad day 1,
59.
it's just the first step on a journey.
Yeah, exactly that. Such a long way to go. So, anything can happen, and he can have a brilliant day one day, and the next day can be absolutely
100.
awful, and
Chris, you require
you're back to square one.
118.
Can he find a way just above? No, he can't. So Devon Peterson here has an opportunity to round
58.
the
Devon,
day
you
off
require
and to finish on
100.
8 points and to put himself top of the pile. The treble's inviting, but decided to persevere with tops.
60. Chris, you require 60.
So a chance for Chris here. Tops then.
20.
Can't find it.
Devon, you require 40.
He had such a good guy, but he could have utilised it. And so Peterson tops
Shot and the
to
match,
be on top.
Devon Peterson.
8 points for Devon Peterson after the first day's play. And the African Warrior has found his groove here at the Live Lounge in Port. He hasn't found his sparkling best as of yet, but he has found enough to be too much for the rest of the group. He's beaten Chris Quantock by 4 legs to 1. We'll hear from him on the other side of this short break, and then after that it'll be our final game of the day as Romeo Gerbovac takes on Graham Usher. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Devon Peterson is top of the table going into the final game of the first day's play. 4 wins out of 5 for him, and you must be really pleased overall with the way things have gone.
Yeah, I think I came in, I mean, it's been a whirlwind of 2 weeks traveling and all of those things, and then get just hoping that the darts go straight. And luckily for me, I've performed on the stage many a time, so you kind of almost at home here in a sense. So yeah, it was good to see the wins come in. A lot of the players, obviously, there was opportunities, but that's what the sport obviously gives you, is if you don't take a chance, you might lose it.
What was the most pleasing facet of your performances?
Finishing today. The pop-up finishes, it's the 10+ checkouts when I needed it, and just kind of dropping in that big score just to put them under pressure, and they know that the finishing was good. So yeah, all in all, it was really, really I'm not going to say a great performance. I'm going to say it was a good performance that can only get better.
Was it then what we'd call, if we were sat in these chairs, a professional job then?
100%. That's all it is. It was play straight down the middle, find the treble at least once every time you go to a board. If you get it twice, great. Don't put too much pressure on, and when it's checkout time, check out.
Absolutely. New checkout, currently top of the league table. We can have a look at that now for you. Now, of course, a lot depends on what happens here between Graham Usher and Romeo Gorbovac. Graham can overtake you with a 4-0 win in the final game in session. Not that you're going to care about that after day one. You'll just be happy with the foundations that you've built.
Yeah, 100%. The Modus Super Series isn't won on Monday. It's won on Saturday. So you just want to make sure that you got the platform. You understand your throw. It's a long week. Even if you don't win the first 3 days, I mean, after that, there's Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday. That's where all the chips on the table and where everybody comes out swinging.
You taking anybody else out for dinner tonight like you usually do?
No. Not at all. I'm going to make sure that I have a low-calorie Caesar salad and have a night of admin. That's all it's going to be.
Shame I was looking for the free invite. Anyway, Tiff, thank you very much as ever. Time for our final game. It's Romeo Gorbovac up against Graham Usher, and I'm going to join Trina Gulliver in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry. As Henry said there, we've got the last game of today's action. Graham against Romeo. Graham looking to do well here and finish possibly the top of the table. Needs to win 4-0.
First leg, it's Graham to throw first.
To do so.
Game on.
And we shall see how things pan out.
85.
Well, for
45.
Graham Usher, it'd be some way to return to the Super Series fold, wouldn't it? 4 wins out of 5. He'd be in a very good position, and he's getting off here to a very, very good start against Romeo Gorbovac, who has had a day on the complete opposite side of the coin. It's almost felt like whatever could have gone wrong for him has gone wrong for him.
Yeah, not a good day in the office for him today, but you know, we'll see what tomorrow brings for him. He'll be happy, wanting to get today over and done with really today, and then just see what tomorrow brings. Another day.
Graham Usher.
Just another leg for Graham Usher. That the first leg was won in 52 seconds and in just 11 darts.
Game on. 55.
Speed darting, is it?
Not to be confused with speed dating.
Oh, that's what it is.
81.
Okay, got you.
However, both could be completed in similar amounts of time if it goes dreadfully bad.
140.
Romeo Gorbovac could be hoisted like somebody rejected from first dates very quickly if he's not careful, because Graham Usher looks like he's in one of them moods right now.
Clearly wants to finish top of the table today. And he's doing his best to do so.
81.
Well, a 4-0 win would give him that particular guarantee of being top of the pile overnight, because he would have won more legs over the course of the day in comparison to Devon Peterson.
100. Romeo, you require 36.
Well, Romeo, a chance here. The double 18. Double 9.
18.
Can't be done this time, but he will be back. Graham putting the pressure on here. Needs to take it now.
18.
Double 9. And he
Game
finds
shot
it with
on
his
the
second
second
dart
leg,
and
Romeo
levels the match.
And he would have felt the pressure that Graham Usher put him under
Third
there
leg,
as well.
it's
He
Graham
would
to
have,
throw first.
he would have known he was sat on tops and probably would have felt, oh, that's unlucky there. Desperately unlucky, but he recovers well with dart 3.
Well, that one leg there from Romeo has prevented Graham from finished top of the table
93.
today.
$135.
Firing off here, Graham Usher, an average of 114 at this present moment in time.
64.
And he has got form for big numbers here. I'll never forget,
60.
and I'm going to be selfish and talk about me for a minute now.
Go on then, Henry.
Graham Usher was my first
43.
ever 9-darter on commentary. The then live league, and in that game he hit 4 ton plus checkouts to win with an average in excess of 111.
Well, that's pretty. Yeah, I bet you were excited with that, weren't you?
I get excited over double 1. The 9-darter
Yeah,
was...
that's true.
Require
That is true,
139.
Henry.
The most impressive thing about it was that it was 111 average
97.
and the 9-darter and the ton plus checkouts despite trailing 2-0.
Pretty impressive.
96. Graham, you require 42.
Double 16.
Game shot on the third
To take
leg.
the third
Graham Usher.
leg. He's meaning business. Still averaging 102.
Fourth flag. It's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
And he limbers up ahead of leg 4. And for Romeo Gerbovac, well, you get the sense tomorrow he's going to have to pull his socks up to arrest what has been a tricky situation on Monday. Group A, in terms of winning it, probably out the picture for him now, but he'll try and have a good day tomorrow to at least put himself in the picture in terms of maybe qualifying for Group B come Thursday night.
81.
Yeah, that's what he'll be thinking now. You know, like I say, his probability of him winning Group A is not there, so he's going to be looking for position for Groups B and C.
And also, of course, every single place has a financial
59.
enumeration to it. So every single place you've got the league stands, particularly for a player that's travelled all the way from Croatia, that's extra money that you've earned for the week's
57.
travel.
Absolutely.
$100. $100.
Still averaging in excess of 101 here, Graham Usher, and is now pushing on the door of a break.
85. Graham, you require 104.
Well, can't be done now.
$72.
So he leaves himself
Romeo, you
32
require 95.
if he gets the opportunity. So Romeo on 95. 20 now. Double 5. And he
Game shot
takes
on the
it
fourth
to
leg.
level the
Romeo
match.
Gerbovac.
2-2.
You've got to give credit there where credit's due, because
Fifth leg. It's Graham,
Graham
to throw
Usher was
first.
sat on a double. You'd
Game on.
expect him to get the break and then throw for the match here if he got the chance. He wasn't allowed to.
100.
And Gerbovac is posing the question of Graham Usher. Keeping him honest, keeping him on his shoulders. And maybe now beginning to make a bit of a push as he kicks off leg 5 for Max.
He 60.
Well, perhaps he's thinking I'll go out with a bang today.
I think he was disgusted by the 9 dart attempt being over.
100. $43.
I wouldn't have thought it had ended his head at that point in time.
It's just me getting carried away
65.
again, Trina.
Okay, okay.
Nothing new. Gerber matchmaker the 156. He's got 6 darts from here to get a breaker throw and to take command of the match. No sooner than it looked like Graham Usher was beginning to really get his
60.
claws into this contest.
$100. Romeo, you require 96.
Romeo a chance now to go ahead in this match. Finds a treble 20, double 18 and finds it.
Romeo Gerbervat
goes ahead by 3 legs to 2.
And some of the pop finishing in this game was the 95 in the previous leg, the 96 there, picking off combination finishes in back-to-back legs, and now has the darts to depose of Graham Usher.
100.
And I'm sure Graham going into this match wouldn't have thought that this would be the scoreline at this point in time. You know, I'm sure with how Romeo's been playing today, Graham would have thought that this would be an easier win. But it's proven to be a bit of a challenge.
Form book's been completely thrown upside down, hasn't it, in this contest?
$98. $66. $45.
Well, Graham can't find a treble. And Romeo really looking the favourite.
He's got 6 darts here from this 195 to wrap it up and to wrap the day's action up. It began with a 4-2 win for Graham Usher against Chris Quanter. It could end up being a 4-2 defeat for the gambler, but that maximum there has just posed the question. Because Gerbervach has left himself on 99, he needs to find tops. He's not going to get it, so Usher's giving himself an opportunity, but it may be the only chance he gets to save the match.
Well, misses the 18s.
46.
So, another chance for Romeo.
40.
For the match, it's double top to end the day, at least with a win to his name. It's up for double 5.
35.
It doesn't go, and so Graham Usher to take us all the way. Looks at double 16, gets double 16.
Graham Usher.
He holds his hands up by way of apology. He knows it's a leg that he should never have won, but he's got it to his name, and he's got the darts to his name in the last leg to complete the day with 8 points.
140.
Well, starts it off. A nice 140 there.
60.
Usher's taken full control, and now he's pushing, now he's probing, now he's asking questions.
140.
And now he's looking to finish this game off. He should have been finished off by Romeo.
60.
But Gerbervach could not dispatch of the gambler.
91.
And now he is on the cusp of a 4-3 win.
140.
He'll be kicking himself if he
require 130.
loses this match. 90 left.
65.
Went for the bullseye there. Still favourite for the match though.
What a turnaround this has been.
100.
He was 3-2 down, and he looked out of it, particularly when Romeo had their match darts, but he's got 2 at tops, and he only needs the 1. It's a 14-darter to wrap it up. And Graham Usher's first day back here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth sees him end with 8 points to his name. And it's going to be him and Devon Peterson that are going to be the 2 players that's going to be difficult to dislodge in this Group A. Usher winning 4-3 from 3-2 behind. He had to survive match darts from his Croatian opponent. and we are going to get some reaction in the studio with myself, Trina Gulliver and Graham Usher in a few moments' time. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's worth of action in Group A has come to a close. Before the break, Graham Usher came back from behind, surviving match darts from Romeo Gerbovac to seal a 4-3 victory. Him and Devon Peterson, well, they're the dominant forces at the top of Group A, both of them picking up 8 points from the opening day. It's Devon on legs difference that leads the way. Graham Usher in second position. Chris Quantock and Robbie Long both picking up 6 points from their first day's worth of play. That's how the table looks. Happy to say that Graham Usher is with both myself and Trina Gulliver here in the studio. Graham, many congratulations. 4 wins out of 5. It's like you've never been away from this place.
I don't know about that. It was first game back where I was a bit nervy against Chris. It's always a bit hard to come back to somewhere we've been playing and stuff. But yeah, I got away with it. Chris let me off. And then played Devon and Devon let me off. So I've had a little bit of luck, but you need a little bit of luck along the way. And yeah, I need someone to eat and a bit of a sleep now.
I was going to say, it's been a weird 24 hours. So also you played the Challenge Tour at the weekend. So getting from there to here, I can imagine it's been a bit of an ordeal.
Yeah, it was just a long travel, long wait around for the flight. And once you get the flight, then I'd driven back sort of here. I got here about 12:30. I was awake at 6, and then sort of down here with Devon this morning. So, but it's good to be back, and it's all changed. Everything's so different.
was going to say, last time you were here, this didn't exist. Do you remember we used to be on that little podium? The practice room was completely different. It must be weird for you to come back here knowing that so much has changed and how this place has developed.
Yeah, I never used to come on the balcony because I don't like heights, so I could never turn that way. So every time you make me come up here, I was a bit like, don't look behind, don't look behind. When I've got a bit of glass now, I'm all right.
Let's talk about the games today then. I get the sense that you're happy with the results that you got today, but maybe a little bit more in terms of performances, possibly?
Yeah, the performance they were okay. Finishing was hit and miss. Scoring was good. I've speeded up a little bit again. I slowed down because I was getting older, but once I get that pace back in my game, I'm okay. Felt good. You know, fest day, so say we'll go tomorrow and obviously Wednesday and hopefully finish top of that group.
We were mentioning in commentary that it felt like you were, at points when you really were settled in, you looked really relaxed up there.
Yeah, once that fest dark goes in treble 20, I just feel that they're going to follow. You know, it feels so smooth, so good. But yeah, I'm just glad to get the fest day over with, being back, and look forward till tomorrow.
So, Trina, in terms of Graham's day, what would be your overall synopsis of it?
He's had a great day, hasn't he? He's settled in quite nicely, and his last game of the day actually being his toughest, I'd say, score-wise. But it's just like you did look a little bit tired by the end of the day, and so a good performance. You know, he's put himself in a great position to going in tomorrow. And
when you're in that limbo where you're playing tournament after tournament after tournament, and Graham was mentioning the travel element, how much can that catch up? As much as you try and prepare in the right way, how much can, when you're constantly on the road, you're constantly doing things, how much can that potentially take a strain?
It does. It takes it takes a big part of just organising just general sleep pattern and stuff like that, you know. And you just think, look, like just popping over the channel to Germany or wherever you've been, you know, there's not that much of an hour's difference, but it's just the whole waiting about and getting yourself sorted, and it's hard to get yourself into a routine again then. So it's tough.
It certainly is tough. I mean, it's the first time we've seen you in a little while, Graham. So let's get reacquainted with Graham Usher and the Modus Super Series, shall we? First of all, how have you found life off tour this year? Obviously, we saw you get to the final of the World Seniors Championship. We spoke a little bit this morning that you kind of feel like you're playing with a little bit more freedom this year because there's opportunities that have opened up for yourself. Yeah, I think being off the tour, there's more opportunities to play more things, different things, and more frequently. I think the lack of playing, and that's down to myself, you know, if you're not up in the top elite, you know, you're going to struggle to play a game. So it's just nice being black paint. I mean, before I got my card, I was playing great, and I thought I was one of the best players without a tour card. But when you go on there every week and you get 102 average and getting beat 6-1 and 100 average, and it is tough. But, you know, this last sort of, I would say 6 weeks, I played more darts, I think, in the last sort of 4 months beforehand. So, yeah, good. How would you reflect upon your couple of years on the PDC circuit? I wouldn't change it. You know, it's a great experience to play with the players, you know, Luke Littler and Humphreys and Smith and that, you know, to test yourself against them. It's great, you know where your game's at there. But that's their job, you know. Like I said before, I've got another job working for NHS, so it is tough. And it is hard to balance everything in between. But, no, I wouldn't change it for the world, you know. If I got my card back, happy days, I'd go again, but, you know, take it as it comes. And I remember we were chatting a few years ago. It felt like a scratch that you really needed to itch. And I know that there was plenty of people sat in chairs like this that were saying, you're good enough for this. You're good enough for this. We'd love to see Graham Usher on tour. And I suppose it was something that naturally, in terms of your progression at that point in time, just felt like was going to happen. Yeah, I think so. I mean, even going to the World Seniors, I'm not on social media, but apparently Phil had tipped me to win it. And I was like, I spoke to him first time I'd met him. He was like, I've tipped you, but he said, I'm not a very good tipster. So that was that wasn't great. But it's nice that a legend of the dart games also recognises what you're doing as well, you know. And sat with Trina's a bit of a thing as well. You're a legend. So, yeah, I'm just enjoying darts at the minute. Let's talk about the World Seniors and just that tournament from your perspective at the Circus Tavern. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Let's just leave it there. No, it was great. To play at an arena like Circus Tavern, you know, we've all
It's great,
done it,
isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So it was to go through the qualifiers, 6 games qualifying and 5 to get to the final stuff. It was a long old haul, but yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant to play somewhere like Circus Tavern. I mean, all my family was down there. It was really good. Really enjoyed it.
And these are the opportunities that the players, obviously you played at the tournament as well, and obviously you've had opportunity here. There's so much that's on offer for players now without a tour card, which maybe 4 or 5 years ago perhaps wasn't quite there.
No, it wasn't. And like you say, the opportunities now are vast. And you've got the opportunity to choose. You know, there was only a small selection then, if you like, to choose from. And now you've got the Modus Super Series, which is being the stepping stone for PDC and tour card holders. So it's great. From your perspective, did that feel like, obviously you played a lot in the live league and played the first few months here, did you feel like that was the natural route for player now, is to have success here, and then once you get that, then you feel like you're ready to take that transition to the circuit?
Yeah, definitely. You know, you look at the players that have come through from playing Modus. I wouldn't have been sort of at that level without it. To play on the stage, you know, in front of people, in front of cameras, you know, it does give that experience. So when you do get that chance, you do feel a little bit more relaxed sort of with it, you know. And the lads that have come through, you know, it does. If I wouldn't have sort of got my tool card if I hadn't been for Modus, them stepping stones, playing regular, playing good players, and playing in front of a crowd. So yeah, brilliant.
Do you feel I got a little bit of lost time to make up?
Yeah, I wanted Conan, sorry Conan. You done me in the final 4-0, I can't forget for that.
And I don't know whether you know this, but you've got an unblemished record in qualifying weeks. You were the first player to have ever won 2 weeks in the Super Series format. So in terms of when you've been here, in terms of qualifying weeks, in both the series you played at the Modus Super Series, you've got through both times.
Oh no, I didn't realise. Like I say, I'm not on social media, so I just keep myself to myself. My lad sorts stuff out for me. He's great, so I just come play darts. It's as simple as that, really, I think.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Trina are going to round up everything else that has happened today. And we heard from Devon Peterson a few moments ago and talking about his day. And he sounds like he's in a very good place. And he was very impressed, wasn't he, with his finishing, particularly the combination stuff. Yeah, he's had another player that's had a great day, you know, and it's a bit tight at the top and, you know, it's leg difference and everything. So, yeah, he's having a good competition at the moment as well. And he's got good memories, just like Graham with this place. He won the Global Championship here in December, and we were speaking in commentary, obviously, about your synergy with the Lakeside. So when you've got somewhere where you got happy memories of, does it almost matter what form line you're in? When you come here, you almost feel good about yourself? Yeah, you know, you always want to feel comfortable where you play, you know, and obviously Devon's got that here, and it makes a difference. It does make a difference, and whether your form's there or not, just walking into that arena, just walking into that place can give you that little bit of confidence and extra boost, because you've got in the back of your head, well, I always do well here, so. In terms of Chris Quantock, we saw some really good stuff from him today. We saw some good finishing from him. Will he also feel as if maybe a little bit of inconsistency could have let him down? He was a little bit inconsistent today, but you know, it's early days. It's the Monday, and you know, it's all to play for. And I would say he'd be quite happy with his form at the moment. It'd be a decent return for him. That's 6 points for him overnight. And the same for Robbie Long, ADC qualifier. Looks like he's really settled into the week now. Yeah, he's grown as the day's gone on, and you know, he seems to have found the footing that he wants, and he's played some good darts. And we're seeing him here take out a finish. Sorry, Graham, it's always the way it pans out. It's whenever we get these clips, it's always against the player that's here in the studio. But admin certainly hitting the right note. So this is how the table looks then at the end of the first day's play. Devon Peterson is at the top of it, from Graham Usher in second position, both on 8 points. But it really is open for an interpretation, Trina, going into tomorrow. We call Tuesday moving day, and it really does feel like that's going to be the case in this group. Yeah, it's tight, and you know, anything can happen. It's all role reversal tomorrow. Obviously, the table's flipped
And so the people that have had the darts today against that particular person won't have the darts tomorrow. So, you know, it's all going to change, and you know, there'll be different results on them boards.
Be interesting to see how tomorrow goes. For yourself, is it just a case tomorrow, Graham, of just getting as much shut-eye as possible, just relaxing and then getting ready tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to go back, have a shower, freshen up, have something to eat. Yeah, and then same tomorrow, be back down, give it a go, see what happens.
And then in terms of the group, we've spoken about the phrase moving day. Does that feel the case for you tomorrow, just try and assert yourself in as good a position ahead of Wednesday?
Yeah, you've got to come in looking at 3 to 4 wins tomorrow, just to sort of stamp out it. You know, you've got to kick on. It's no good coming having 4 wins today and then losing 4 tomorrow. You know, you need to start off well. I didn't know I was on the first day against Chris. He was saying to me that he was quite happy because I'm always start slow. So lucky enough I got a win against Chris, and then I sort of kicked on from then. You know, had a little bit of luck. So yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
50% when you're finishing throughout the course of the day. So it just gave you so many opportunities, and when you got them, you took them. Yeah,
scoring was okay as well, and I normally go to double top quite a lot, but I was just dipping under. So changed to double 16, it seemed to work. So yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
We will see what happens tomorrow. Tree, let's have a look at what's happening for the rest of the week. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down, because we're going to see a couple of former champions in action in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Jim McEwen, who won Series 5 back in November 2023, and Andreas Harrison, who beat Cam Crabtree in the final in May last year. It was around about this time last year. He's recently won the Double Trouble 3 title. The Specials week we had a fortnight ago beat Neil Duff in that final. And he's a player that's got, well, the best winning record of anybody. He's won 6 weekly titles in this building. He's going to be a tough player to dislodge. And he's somebody, again, who just absolutely finds his peak level when he plays here.
Yeah, he seems to. And, yeah, that's a tough group there, that B group. That's some talent in there. And along with the rest of the guys who happens to join them, it's going to be interesting.
And also there's that blend, because we got those couple of former champions. Hogan's won a couple of weeks as well. They're people that know what it's like to get over the line as well. So you get the sense that those 3 players there that are just willing to go hell for leather for it.
Yeah, there's experience there, isn't there? And, you know, that I'm sure that's going to play a part in their battles this week.
So let's talk about the week ahead for yourself. Because of what happened in Germany, are you happy just to get the Group A done and then try and get a couple of days rest? Would that be part of the prerogative?
Yeah, that'd be great, to win the group on Wednesday and then get a couple of days off. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll, you know, reassess and see what we need to do. But yeah, looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to coming back, to be honest with you. But, in Germany, I was saying to my lad, we're back at Modus. It'd be nice to get back there. But yeah, like I said to you, it's changed so much. But let's take each day it comes.
I know you would love to be on tour, but is it nice to be back here, see old friends, etc.?
Absolutely. It's just nice to be playing darts again on a regular basis, you know, no matter where it is. But for me, this is where my darts career sort of kicked on. You know, if it hadn't been for Modus, like I said, I probably wouldn't have gone to Q school. I probably wouldn't have done this. I didn't have the confidence. So, yeah, it's a great place.
And I can imagine you want to get that winning feeling again.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I want to win on Saturday, yeah. Looking forward to it.
And if you do, this is the list of players that you will join in Champions Week. Derek Coulson's confirmed for Group A, 94.19. His average over the course of last week. Didn't lose a game en route to winning it. Scott Campbell and Shane McGurk, they both look in very good positions to make it through to the Group A of that particular Champions Week. And then you've got the likes of Jensen Walker, Sam Spivey, Alex Small, who will be there for the very first time in Series 10. It looks an interesting lineup, Trina, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yeah. It looks very inviting, and anything can happen there, can't it?
It most certainly can. Trina, thank you so much for your company. Graham, great to see you once again. It's been nice to have you back in the building. Well done on the results today, and we shall see you again tomorrow. We shall see you again tomorrow as well. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Once we're done with the live darts, it's plenty of live content for us. The story so far of Raymond van Barneveld will be with you up next. The live darts resumes tomorrow from 9:30, and then don't forget the Influencers event is back on the 11th of May. But from us, it's goodbye for now as the gambler plays all of his cards right. We'll see you tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. Bye-bye.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.